once again. And welcome to the playoffs of BPL. We have finally made it to this monumentous day. I'm MFG, joined here by Odyssey and Vic for the splendid stream.
I love that because as soon as we joined in, your camera died and your audio died, so it was just it was just crazy for a second there. But
yeah,
we're here. We made it. Welcome everyone. We're a little bit behind. I had some stuff to do. Yes, I know you guys are redeeming water. I will be drinking water. I am quite thirsty, so don't worry. Welcome everyone. We will quickly get into the games. We have our playoff group stages. It's starting. We'll have 5 games today. We're starting with Group A today, so it's Punk Expansion, DayDream, Majesty, and Mind.Hive in this group. It's a pretty varied group. I think there should be 2 obvious teams, but I'm not really sure which ones because this group looks pretty balanced. I think any team can make out of this. So we'll see how it goes. We want to start fast, so a quick word from both of you. How are both of you doing?
Doing amazing.
Yeah, it's all right. It's a pretty fine night here. Pretty excited for these playoffs.
So I have one question for both of you. One team that you think will make it out of this group.
I've always been a Mind.Hive supporter from day one because I truly think that the spirit in that team is so driving and inspirational that I definitely think that they could take this all the way.
Very good. Well, yeah. And Audie, what do you think will get out of this group?
I am actually going to go with a bit of a dark horse pick, and I think Majesty can go on quite a run. But that's I have a lot of faith in Discount and their newest acquisition, Storm. Now that I've had time to gel, I think that'll be pretty interesting to see.
Very good. Well, it looks like we're starting. I just realized I messed up the score, so it already says 2-0 PXP. So don't worry about that. I'll fix that right now. It's a little bit scuffed today. There's a lot of buttons I have to push. It's usually Solomon pushing these buttons, but today it's all me. Also, because Twitch doesn't like my ISP, it might have some frame drops and stuff. If there are, I can reduce quality. So let me know how the stream shows up, and if there's any issues and stuff, we'll see how it goes. But with that, we will be getting into maps. So I will throw it over to these 2 lovely casters, and I will see you later.
Alrighty, here we go. We're going to be on Lijiang Tower for our first map. and the teams are now getting ready to battle it out together. For PXP, our starting lineup is going to be Azzy, Jazzy, Chasey, Aquarius, Wi-Fi, Butters, and Noir.
All right, yeah, definitely a bit of an interesting game so far. Going to be looking definitely, and this is how I think this really proves this game's going to really show how the top of B stacks up against A, and if maybe the gap we have thought of is not as big maybe as we had imagined. But that's the proof here, you know.
Mm-hmm. And now we see the different strategies coming in, some similarities, some differences. Most notably, both teams are going to be going out on the May, but it's very interesting to see. It looks like DayDream is going to be preferring the Symmetra with that teleport, and you see that they're already getting early point presence. So PXP needs to back up a little bit and assess this.
Yeah, okay, it's gonna be point control coming out here for DayDream. Oh, and Blink gets the first pick on the Wi-Fi already. That's that Junkrat down, a lot of spam. May goes down as well. No DPS on the board for PXP right now. And they're moving up. They get point. They're moving up. That's actually a surprisingly very good first fight here from DayDream.
I think that they really secured the point there with that strategy, and now it looks like PXP is a little bit confused. They need to try to figure out how they can break this barrier, because especially you see with those sim turrets all set up, they don't really have any other way to go. So, but they're still going to try. I already see the shields coming out as well.
Yeah. All right, window gets deployed, gets Maywalled off. Now they have to go and approach it, but they can't really. The pressure is really big from this window here. Oh, nice pick on the Sam from Wi-Fi. Gets that Reinhardt's out of the field playing field right now. Tyre gets taken down, however, by Ninja Monkey, and Saturn retaliates with a kill onto Azzy. Chasey goes down as well. Saturn picking up these kills here, dropping that tank line, and Wi-Fi goes down again. Another successful fight for DayDream.
Very great blizzard there coming out from the side of DayDream. I believe it got up to 3 players, and that just allowed them to have such a quick fight. And that's how May can just be used so crucially to win these. And it looks like Aquarius is almost close to his May ult.
Nice shatter there from Azzy comes out, and Sam gets picked up. That one is the wall also in the vest from DayDream, and I think the window was also vest earlier from PXP. Bomb goes out, does not seem to find anything. Ninja going down to Azzy on this Ryan currently. Good fight. Window gets deployed, does not seem as a good zoning out, but the bomb goes also back. It's going to be 2 big damage. Blink falling, Saturn out of Mac, partly cloudy, and Saturn falling. And I think PXP, they are able to get this point now.
Yeah, they really opened it up there with that alt rush, especially with Chasey's bongo. And now it's going to be up to them to be able to hold this point. They have the materials to do it, but what they need to remember is to not throw everything in one fight. Because if you look right now, it's 86 to about 10%. So PXP still has a long way to go to secure the round.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be up to them to cycle these ultimates effectively and not just over-invest everything. Okay, Shatter finds 2 already. That's nice. The Blizzard is big though to retaliate. Oh, that's a fire down right there, and that's pretty. That's a decent amount. Oh, Ninja getting 2 kills though coming from Ninja Monkey, but it's not enough. That's a decent amount of ultimates invested though from PXP.
Yeah, PXP did use a lot. They have 2 to work with right now, and if you look at DayDream, they almost have some crucial ultimates as well, like Blink and the Junkrat. They're building up to both of their DPS ultimates. This could be a good combo if they know how to play it right.
Yeah, going quick aggro. I like this a lot. Window gets dropped here, zoning them off to the side. Window retaliating window from PXP. Wi-Fi dropping tire. Mailed also gets dropped. Saturn going out of Mac right now. I don't think that Mailed seems to find anything. Sam going down on Ryan. Bongo is out. There's a lot of damage currently for PXP. Paracelsus taking down Chasey. Azzy dropping low here. Gets taken down in the trap. Tires out. Maybe could be big. No, gets taken out by Wi-Fi. Very alert on that one, being able to stop that tire from getting valid. Ninja finds Noir, and it's looking surprisingly good for DayDream here. Blink getting Aquarius, Saturn getting Wi-Fi, and are they going to be able to do this? A bit of an upset first round take here.
Yeah, it looks like they just might do it. DayDream going to be taking round 1 as the rest of PXP seem to be dwindling. Last minute kills coming in there, but it's not going to be enough.
Yeah, and this is what I was questioning. I mean, I wasn't expecting this, that top of B League really showing like, hey, there's not a big gap here. You don't have to put 3 tier breaks between us. We're able to punch with these big boys, you know?
They're showing themselves as a true contender, and I had a feeling that they would do this because even though they are a B League team, they are the top seed in their league. So I am expecting this, but what I wasn't expecting is this current comp right now, the Mercy Zen. I always thought that Mercy Zen. I mean, I've seen it played right, and it can do a lot of good, but if this team doesn't know how to pull it off, then they might be without a significant lack of healing.
Definitely, I think they're choosing this because of this type of map. Like these comms are usually favored on Lee Shang, but I'm not too sure about this one. They're gonna try to burst down a target. I just don't know if it's possible.
We'll have to find out and see as both teams are going to try to wrap around and get to that central point. I like the Echo Mercy coming out from DayDream, but it looks like it's going to be PXP
Yeah.
with the opening kills.
Yeah, that's the thing with PXP gonna be able to set up on point here. I think Daydream just had to back off, and that's what I was saying. I don't think you can dive that effectively into this.
Yeah, and yeah, I don't think that they're going to be able to do that because clearly the better comp is belonging to PXP right now. DayDream needs to figure out something different, but I do think that the Echo could have a lot of potential here to open up some things if they just get their footing again.
Definitely. And let's see, there's not really any else going on, but except it's a nice boop from Sam, and I got to pick on the Lucio as well. That's some good ball play there coming out there. Trans use Paracelsus, and what a big Deadeye to the Wi-Fi, gets the hero plays there, just kills free to secure that team, because that was looking a bit risky, but Daydream have also flipped point though, which is not ideal at all.
Yeah, that noon definitely, like you said, it opened so much up there for PXP, and now they are going to be capping yet again as the last members of DayDream are going to fail that recontest. But looking at the alt economy here, both sides have a lot coming up for them, and it could really go anyone's way right now. Those percentages are still relatively close. I think definitely any team could engage with a rush, but they need to be smart about how they go about it.
Definitely. I think I have my eye on Saturn in this fight. See if he can eat this Blizzard that's going to be out for Aquarius. I think that's that's the hero play we're looking for. Ooh, the bomb comes in already. Let's see if it can. Oh, it's massive. They were not able to block it at all. Nothing in their comp allows them this defense from this onslaught. That's incredible bomb just finding free. That's instantly a fight done there.
Chasey, you love to see it, and the alt economy is looking amazing right now for PXP. They might be able to take this to a map 3, but as I say that, it looks like DayDream grouping up, trying to go around together. But monkey.
That's not a good start. That's not a good start to this fight already. Chasey is absolutely on fire right now.
Yeah, that pulse bomb was going to try to open up everything, and so now it looks like DayDream is forced to invest more ultimates as that percentage
Alright,
ticks
nice.
upward.
Echo copy. The shatter though. The echo copy is not able to get value at all. Just completely negated with the shatter. Bomb in. See if this can find anything. No. Noir used bead. The ability does not get eaten, but Paracelsus has that trance to counter it. Not enough to keep Blink alive though in this fight. Gonna be a tough one now here. Ninja Monkey gets the kill onto Butters, but I don't think it's enough.
Yeah, they tried their best with that rush because, as like I said, their plan failed a little bit there when the pulse bomb got eaten. But PXP had a great response to it. Chasey with that eat, but then again, with all the rushes coming out, like Blink when he copied the Reinhardt, they were still able to hold strong. And like I said, this is going to go to a round 3.
Oh wait, we see Sam here just coggering on this ball right now. Absolutely, a strategy as old as time does not hold up this time though. Gonna be taken down, and it's just gonna be a bit of delay. But Chasey Adam, I don't. It's surely not. Surely it's not possible. Right? No,
Pausers.
I am no. Oh,
Hey, they found 2
Paracelsus.
at the end.
2 at the end. Hey, whatever. You can put it in the montage, man. Even if you don't get the point.
Free points, but like we've seen great performances from both these teams on these 2 maps alone. So I don't know who's going to take this last one because I don't think that one comp is favored over the other because both teams know how to play their respective comps well enough that they can accomplish a lot.
Yeah. My question is, if you're DayDream right now and you look pretty damn strong on a control center rush, yeah, it looks like they're just gonna be trying to mirror them in this rush composition, which I kind of like. I mean, they were looking saucy with it on control center, and then that ball comp didn't work out that much. So I'm happy to see them adapting here.
Yeah, that mirror is definitely going to help them because they're trying a different strategy. And, if one strategy doesn't work for you, then you obviously got to try another one.
Oh, I think that teleporter was a miss from Ninja Monkey. That's actually really big. I think he messed up the teleporter and they were not able to get this TP fight just up top, and that's so bad because now PXP have been set up on point. Sam's instantly melted. Saturn gonna go down as quickly, but Lamps there and Blink also falling, and that's that Symmetra TP, just the point control all the way in favor of PXP. That's unfortunate. You can't just let that happen.
Yeah, Symmetra is such an important character on this particular map of Lijiang just because of that teleport. And they have to be able to play it perfectly enough. And if you can't, you have to switch, which is what Ninja Monkey's doing right now.
Yeah, I'd
I think
swap
this is a
off
good
after
idea.
that one.
We also see a Zarya coming in from Saturn too. So classic Ryan Zarya coming back in.
Yeah, interesting. Let's see if I can get done here on this area. Meanwhile, Butter's going to be able to get that window up. Wi-Fi is going to be getting the wall. It's so favored for PXP. It's, oh, never mind. Not if Ninja pulls a kill out of nowhere, but PXP will to retaliate with 2 of their own. Make it 3. Mag gets lost, but it's not enough.
Scary right now if you're DayDream because you know that PXP has a solid control on the point right now. When you try to do your rush down mid, it fails. So you can either try again or try to go around the side to the right. But they still have to keep that percentage in mind because even though it's at 52, they still don't have enough time for all these different options to try.
Definitely, PXP also has that old cycle now going. So it's such a just, oh no, and your BAB going down there, it's a reset. This is such a difficult point to retake into.
It really is because there's all of these different things they need to watch out for. Like if they wrap around, partly Cloudy could just boop them off, or if they just try to go mid, all of those ultimates they have available, or I'm sorry, Noir can boop them off. Partly Cloudy can't boop anyone off unless he gets onto the point.
All right, so they're able to get in, but the Simtur's wall gets also used. There's so many ultimates you have to take into. It's such an uphill battle, partly going down. Windows invested, but it's not going to be able to find anything. Bomb goes in. Let's see if... Oh, it's a big shatter with the bomb. Oh my god.
The second big bomb of the evening, Chasey bringing it in huge. But you gotta look at Azzy Jazzy as well because their shatter laid down the framework.
Yeah, Chasey sets them up as he knocks them down. That was beautiful tank synergy. Chef's kiss from PXP. That was great.
Yeah, that just shows the cohesion, how it can pay off. That's just like textbook tank work right there. And that's what allowed PXP to win this map. I think that they definitely showed themselves as, like I said, that cohesion is so important. And now for DayDream, they got to figure out a way to mimic that cohesion because they didn't seem completely lost, but I just kind of felt that PXP kind of had more of the answer,
Yeah, definitely. Also, good on PXP for not losing their composure because you're playing a B-League team, you lose that first round, and it's really easy to start getting doubts, getting a bit jumpy to different things you haven't practiced. So it's good that they were able to stabilize, stick what they're good at, and just win with that.
I agree. I think that I agree. Sorry, I have to mix my mic a little bit. But yeah, I do think that PXP held a great mental going into that. Because like you said, if you play and you're like, oh my gosh, a B-League team just beat me, there's opportunity for mentals to be shattered. But staying strong is the biggest thing. And DayDream definitely needs to do that coming into map 2. And I think they can. I think they're a strong team, mentally and in their play.
Mm-hmm. I've said this before, but it is quite interesting to see DayDream. They're really putting up a fight, a decent fight here, which I wasn't. I mean, no disrespect, of course, but A-League, B-League is usually such an SR gap. Just generally, it's said to be such a big gap that I find this a really impressive performance so far.
I'm still trying to adjust my mic volume, but. I do think that both teams' performances are very stellar as an opening playoff game, just because of like we said, we've seen it's been pretty close. Like for example, Lijiang going to map 3. We don't actually see that pretty often with this league because of how sometimes most games can be like that one team dominating the other.
Definitely. Also going to be seeing some substitutions in heading into map 2. That's going to be Rain coming in for Azzy, and I think Minakui coming in for Noir on the side of PXP.
What do these tell you? Like, what do you think about these substitutions?
I think Chasey might be shifting towards a more main-like focused role with Rain in, though I'm not sure about that one. I think Azzy is definitely the Rhine player on that team. I'm not certain though, and I don't really quite know how Miniku and Noir differ. I think maybe they'll probably do something very similar as map 1, like a very similar role.
I think that because I think it did work for them, like that similar play style. We saw that they were able to win the map with it. But what I'm interested to see is if DayDream is going to try to come out with something entirely different with their subs and catch PXP off guard coming into this next map. And if I am not mistaken, I believe the next map pick does belong to DayDream.
Yes, they do get that map pick, and then the side pick coming out from PXP. They're going to be able to set their tempo though. I'm gonna be excited to see where DayDream is taking them. You know, gonna be taking them to a bit more of a confident map pick for them. So with the first map already being a bit close, interesting to see. Maybe they can get a win off on their chosen territory.
Definitely, because I think for map picks, I feel like it's a little bit. It's like it could go two ways. Like, for example, they could either pick a map that they're comfortable on, like you suggested, but then they could also maybe pick a map that they're not terrible on, but they know that PXP is awful on to try to get that advantage. So I'm going to be interested to see what kind of method they choose for this pick.
Yes. Also, something we haven't talked about yet is the substitutions for DayDream. It's going to be Fanta coming in, and I think also Burr coming in for Sam, and Fanta for Partly Cloudy.
Burr. Burr. DayDream go Burr.
Go Burr. Let's hope they do on this map. You know, let's hope we see some good Burr coming out.
We can only hope. And it looks like we're just about ready to get into the second map. I'm excited because I don't even know who to pred right now. I said I think DayDream, and I still believe that, but like, man, this is close.
This is a lot more engaging than I'd expected. Apologies, of course, to both teams, but I thought I was pretty one-sided coming into this one, and now I'm so much.
Yeah, I think a lot of people thought that this was definitely going to be a one-sided matchup, and I'm pleasantly surprised, and I think that the rest of the audience is as well, because this is super entertaining. I think I'm having a blast right now, and Eichenwald is going to be our second map. Interesting, okay. Do you think DayDream would be willing to lean into that ball stuff they were doing on that second round on this map, or do you think they'll just stick to the classical rush that we're seeing a lot of right now? I think that they might do both, because I think that on one side, like while we get closer to the castle on point C there, it's there's more opportunity for the ball, you know, with like all of the bridges to knock off. But then when you're like defending right now, it's more of like a rushy concept at point A.
Yes. From spawns, it's looking like DayDream might be doing that ball type of gameplay. Also, I was my apologies to the viewer. Chasey is not shifting into a more main tanky role as it's looking like Rain's still gonna be able to be playing on that role.
Well, we'll see how Rain picks up the role coming in as a sub, because you did mention that Rain had a similar play style to the previous player. Unfortunately, I forgot.
Also, something I wanted to mention a bit before this gets started here. Minakui not subbing in on main support like Noir. That's going to be further shifting over to that Lucio position.
Interesting. Lucio is definitely a common take on Eichenwald, but I wouldn't really expect it just yet. But if Butters knows how to pull it off, then by all means, let him play.
Okay, yeah. The question for Butters, you know, this could be a very bad time coming into this A and A ball. Okay, first death goes to Rain, however. That's good. It's working out a lot better, I think, than it did on that second round. Slamming in gets a lot of displacement. Look at all the freezes out there. That's what I was saying. Dive is such a pain into this main character. Really fun character in video games, I must say. If you really take an element, you're going to be able to say, well, it's Rain back. Ooh, late pick onto butters. That might be for a bit later.
I think that the comp coming up from DayDream is super smart because of that May. Because they did, like you even predicted, they knew that the ball was going to be coming out there from the side of PXP. And May just deals with the ball so well. And we see a relatively late trans coming out from Parakinesis there.
Yeah, as well as Wi-Fi on this, like you're running this trace echo thing, but I think Wi-Fi on this crease too much of a menace around this part. They just get away with that with these flying mobile heroes. He will hunt you down. Just, yeah, it's too good, man.
Finding those easy cleanup kills to keep DayDream looking strong. I like what I'm seeing so far. It looks like they've had a little 5-second pep talk, and they've proven themselves so far as a good, solid defense because, as you noticed, PXP hasn't even been able to get a tick.
Yeah, wait, it's DayDream on his offense right now. So, but the old cycle they're running into is so... It's once again what I was saying on that final round. It's old cycle is brutal. I'm gonna be able to hold on. Let's see if we can... So that they can only undermine or let's see, this could still be turnable. He pops out. Sticking down, and not able to find anything on top of this bomb, it's just equally big, but it's not. Mail out, Bergen killing the Wi-Fi, but that won't be enough, I'm afraid.
Yeah, fortunately, PXP invested a lot into there, and again, not even a single tick. You see, they have both support on the table, as well as a pulse bomb. Maybe Ninja Monkey can get something going, like he tried to do on Lijiang.
Yeah, let's hope this one has a different outcome though for the fans. Oh, almost gets frozen up there. Brewer gotta be playing carefully there. That's just that they're gonna be instantly bursted down. Phantom pops. Popping the Valk here. Oh, it's no! Oh, it's just the one thing that couldn't happen happens. It's really Murphy's Law.
Unlucky, but we have 40 seconds left. It could still be anyone's grab. Both teams have all 6 players available. Trans coming up.
Aggressive trans coming out here. We're getting frozen up that trans there. Just save them instead. Oh, this is Maze. You have a feeling. It's a lot of ticks, however. It's not even drawable anymore. Kills the window.
Wait, what?
Okay.
Oh.
Alright, Paracel's is finding the pick on Aquarius won't be enough again. No, that was really with the window Wi-Fi, I think, just absolutely clicking the heads. And Rain on the cleanup on the sports, that's the offense for DayDream included here.
Yeah, DayDream coming in hot, and they actually managed to, even though, like you said, it's no longer drawable, they still managed to, like, stop PXP from getting the complete capture. I'm impressed.
I think... Yeah, definitely, definitely still decent for like a defense. I mean, no, very good for defense, my apologies. The offense was still okay, you know, at least you didn't get full health, technically. You know, you got the ticks, and you were able to at least make, it's still winnable. It's still winnable, which is always something you gotta keep in mind.
Ready for battle.
Yeah, you just gotta believe, and I think on both sides we have a lot of believers, and me, myself included. And so there's gonna be the ball coming out again, but we also see something different too. We see a Pharah coming out, and this is not a tease because this is gonna be a defense for DayDream.
Yeah, I mean, oh no. I was saying this is an interesting choice, but I am not a fan of double flying heroes. Across just any stretch of time, any meta, I don't like this at all. Until they add another Mercy 2 to the game, I'm not a fan of this one.
I've played Mercy before with both of the both flying heroes, and I think that if Fanta can maneuver between which heroes need healing or damage, I think that she can pull this off. I've seen it work.
But it's gonna require some excellence. Burr getting frozen up already, man. Just having the worst time. Come on, poor. I feel so bad for them. Alright, so Burr going down early here, not exactly ideal, but whatever. It's still okay. That's a good pick already onto the Lucio. That's already nice. So it's working better than I anticipated so far.
As to why the ball is still being ran, because I know Burr is trying to make something happen, but Aquarius on the Mei is just going to continuously shut him down if he doesn't come up with an answer, and I haven't really seen that he's too effective.
I think they're just scared that the monkey or the Ryan probably won't work this combo, and the monkey will just is even more vulnerable. So, oh, Deadeye, you wouldn't believe me though when I say that. Ooh, big rise, never mind.
Kills are coming in left and right from both sides, and it looks like
crappy so far, but look at PXP on top, gonna be closing this out. But not a bad performance from DayDream by any stretch of the imagination, I'd say.
I agree wholeheartedly, even though Punk X Passion is going to take that 2-0 and win the first round of the playoffs. DayDream, even though being a B-League team, like we said, they made this pretty close. I don't want anyone to count them out, because judging by what we've seen, they earned their spot in the playoffs, like to even get here in the first place.
Definitely, if you're one of the other teams that's going to, because whoever loses the next game is going to be facing DayDream, are you like, would you say you're slightly like nervous, a bit like, it's a funny joke, guys, but what if we do lose to the B-League team, huh? Like, it's looking a bit more likely now.
Yeah, I think that beforehand, all these other teams were kind of like, psh, yeah, they like will just knock them out. We don't have anything to worry about. But even though an A-League team did beat the B-League team today, I think that all the other teams are like, yeah, that happened. But I mean, it took a little while, you know, like they actually put up quite a bit of a fight. So definitely, I think that DayDream can still prove themselves in this playoffs.
Yeah, definitely. PXP now in prime position to be going to just get, if they take the second win, they can now go into, I think, a very good position for brackets, which they're hungry to do. You know they are. Come on, they're absolutely ready now. They're warmed up and they're ready to take whoever wins this next game, I think.
Yeah, I think that PXP is like an underdog, I would say, because I know that they're not one of like the highest seeded teams out of everyone in the A-League, but I still think that they've been performing very, very well for where they are, and they are definitely a good contender. And I'm interested to see all their other matches, and I believe that, like you said, they are going to be going up against whoever wins the next match of the evening.
Yeah, that's going to be either Mind.Hive or Majesty. You got any predictions for that game, by the way, now that we're here?
Well, I don't want to pick any sides, but you'll have to wait till next game, because I will be casting it to find out who I'm rooting for.
I will be saying goodbye after this, because however I won't be there for next game, so I'll be saying I think Majesty takes that one, personally.
Interesting take, but maybe.
I'm gonna be crowned a genius when it happens, don't worry.
Well, in order to see if Odie will become the crown genius, we're going to take a quick break to set up that next match for you.
Alright, goodbye then.
once again.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We have our second match tonight on our B stream, and we have Majesty versus Mind.Hive. I'm MFG, and I am joined by Mara.
Hello, I'm here. I'm gaming. So this match, I'm definitely interested in this match because these rosters look a little, I guess, gimped is the word I would like to use, because Mind.Hive is losing Jeff right now, and Jeff, he's all right, and Majesty currently does not have Quantum 26, who is a very solid flex support, and I think he's pretty underrated as a player.
Yeah, it sounds like both of these teams are missing those star players, we would call them, but I think that both of them are able to adapt because they do have a lot of people on their rosters to choose from. But I don't know who's gonna win this. It could be pretty close,
Going into this first map of Busan, I don't know what to expect, really. With the patch change that came out, it's really the wild west out here.
It's gonna be. I'm interested to see what these teams are gonna run, because like you mentioned with that patch change, if they're gonna stick with their same previous comps or if they're gonna try to switch something up because one hero suddenly works better for them.
Well, I'm not surprised by by Majesty's comp very much, but currently I'm very surprised by Mind.Hive's comp. It's a little interesting. It's a little silly, if I do say so myself.
Yeah, they are definitely going on the more non-traditional route, but like I said, maybe it works for them. Maybe Raymax is just a god tier Genji, and we never got to
Okay,
know.
never mind. Now this is a little more standard. They don't have a diva, but that's really about it. Like Nanoblade, you're playing for Nanoblade, that's your win condition, and they're just and Majesty's playing good old Rush.
I like the Mei though coming out from Storm. I think that it'll definitely be able to take down Tekugen on the ball if he plays it smart. Both teams now looking to find first point control. So far, no one has fallen.
I mean, they're just rotating right now. Mind.Hive is moving to the other side of the point so they can set up for a dive easily under the back line of Airtrack and or Andrew. And there goes the slam for Mac Tackle. He gets bursted down by the flash, so that's a lot of damage onto the ball. Barely gets out with his life. It should be okay in this fight.
Yeah, it looks like immediately off the bat, Majesty is finding those kills. Even though that big purple comes out from Andrew, unfortunately, no one from Mind.Hive is going to be able to clean that up. And you mentioned how Tekugen barely escaped there with the ball, but I just haven't seen the ball working at all today so far, especially since the other team always has that Mei. So they might want to switch it up if this next engagement goes south.
I could see that. Making a couple swaps here though, Infinity under the McCree, Airtrack under the Zen. Definitely a lot more poke damage, you can get like a lot of early damage, and there you go. Yamcha falls to Hinson with the Discord out on the Discord, making such a big impact in this fight. But they should be able to get a decent start here. Yeah, Infinity still on this McCree, popping up right now, getting the pick on the discount.
Mac Tackle returns the favor though and gets Hansen, but still, this could be anybody's map. Kills are coming back and forth for both of the teams right now, battling for the point. It looks like Mind.Hive might have that advantage there, but you see that Andrew's very, very low.
Rymax on the Genji coming in and cleaning up. This should be pretty... I think Mind.Hive win this, but maybe not, because the respawns for Majesty are coming in right now. The Rhine's back, the Batch Piece is back. Mind coming out for Tekugen, zone him off the point to the lamp as well. That's a decent start for them here, but they need to continue getting these picks. And I don't think they can.
That was unfortunate for Mind.Hive because it looked like they were going to win that, and they just needed to get rid of everybody off of Majesty, but they just failed to do that. And look how much percentage Majesty has now, not to mention their ult economy. And during this last push, they can't even come out with a Nano Blade because Andrew's not even halfway towards the Nano.
Oh, I didn't even realize that. That's actually quite bad. I swear he must have swapped off of the Ana, but I don't even think they can touch. Nope, they can't touch.
Yeah, oh wait, maybe they can.
Rymax barely touches with the blade, reset onto his dash, gets a pick on a discount ML7 as well, but that's really just delaying the inevitable here. I don't think you can win this fight as Mind.Hive unless you get a lot more picks right now. Infinity gets flashed, both TPS fall for Mind.Hive, and that looks like it's round one for Majesty.
That was pretty close from them, but I think that their win condition, because I remember you saying at the beginning of the match they're playing for Nano Blade, that just didn't come into execution like they hoped. And so this was a clean victory for Majesty so far. So I'm curious to see if they're going to try that again, or look at this round and be like, yeah, our Nano Blade never came to be.
I don't. Genji's still not a good hero, even with his buff. His ult got nerfed. It's way too risky to run. I think generally though, Mind.Hive just kind of got outcomped there. What they were running was just really not good. Like, you're Ana and your Brigger to sit in the backline, but how are you really going to secure kills otherwise? All right. Now it's actually swapping sides a little bit. You know, we have a Rusher one side and more of a dive style on the other. Storm though was yep, there they go onto the Widow.
And Rymax is on the Junkrat. I like that. It's kooky, and I think it could work though, because there are those spaces, especially going down the stairs like Mac Tactical just did, where you can get those good mines or bombs.
Storm getting an early pick on Andrea is exactly what Majesty needs right now. They should have a pretty good chance of winning this fight. Storm gets another. Trying to beat Harry Potter going under the stairs, but I don't think it's going to be enough for them to survive here, especially with that gigantic slam and flash. That was a great sign of coordination there from Majesty.
I like that Storm was able to find those great openers, and now you see that the adaptations are coming in from Mind.Hive. Henson going on to the Monkey to hopefully try to suppress that Widow. Infinity also looking to take a battle. Sombra as well.
This comp is interesting.
Ooh, Andrew. And Infinity.
Storm is doing so much on this Widow right now, completely uncontested. You really can't walk into them here. And I don't know if Infinity can like really do much on the Widow here. Yep, making swap to Widow 3. But imagine, Mind.Hive's comp is just weird, and it makes me feel uncomfortable. Why you play Winston Ryan? Not good.
Yeah, I think they need to try to do more of a dive style to try to contest that Widow. And they're kind of like doing a half and half, I would like to say, but they need to stick to one comp and not try to merge two together, because
I don't even think it's necessarily them playing dive. They're just playing very, very slowly, and they're just giving Storm so much time to get a pick on this Widow. Like, even if they're diving you, if they're playing slow enough, you can just kill them before they even get there. Rymax again dies like invisible, just taking so long to commit to these pushes. There's really not much to say here. They're kind of just getting, I don't know. It's just they're getting
dominated.
I don't know. It's just very strange play from Mind.Hive, because we know them as a team that can like sort of play the meta, but they're trying to play off meta stuff, but it's just a little too wacky, I think. Here they go again. Will Storm get another pick going out here with the walls? Actually, no walls anyway. Good slam, might actually lead to another kill, and the air truck barely misses. And now, I mean, you're just on the point, but you don't have your tracer.
Yeah, like, this is like going so smoothly for Majesty, and I think that they might be able to take Busan entirely. Mind.Hive, I think they need to look at this round, this map, and look at, and like, you see all those kills that Storm got in the end there. I think that was about like 3 headshots. Like, kudos to him, honestly. But like I was saying about Mind.Hive, I think that they definitely need to kind of like get their comp together.
A lot of the things that went on there was just for the fact that Mind.Hive's comp just doesn't really do anything. Like, there's not really a goal that they have in mind. Like, you can't really set up the Winston with a backline you're running, because like you die jumping in without the Zarya bubble, because you just have a Reinhardt kind of charging in. It's very, very unfortunate for Mind.Hive, really, and it's obvious that they're having issues not having Jeff right now.
Yeah, Jeff, like, his May play is just unforgettable, but I think a sign of a good team is being able to still play at a great level, even if you are losing one of your quote-unquote star players. But I think that they haven't lost all hope yet, because I would say that round 1 on Busan was actually relatively close, and they did put up a fight. Majesty, though, I think they should just keep doing what they're doing. They seem really good on the heroes that they're playing. They have a good cohesion. And now it's going to be or whose map pick is it going to be?
It is going to be Mind.Hive's map pick as a lost, I believe.
All right, that's what I was thinking too, but I wasn't sure if they were the first ones to pick. But it's going to be interesting to see which ones they do pick, because assuming they are the ones that are going to be map picking, this is their chance to redeem themselves and try to play more in their comfort zone.
So now, I think, yeah, I see a King's Row just peeping out there a little bit. So I'm expecting Rush, but I don't know what Mind.Hive's gonna do with that. I don't know who's gonna play what. It's weird, it's wild, it's wacky.
Well, coming into this weird, wild, and wacky second map, we do have a substitution. It looks like Wannabe is going to be subbing in for Pirate Spy.
I believe Wannabe was already in. It was Bing Bong, but I might be wrong. I swear Wannabe was in for most of that map.
Maybe.
Or GT, rather. I may be incorrect.
Regardless, it looks like we do have some subs on the table. None for Mind.Hive, though, so it's just
Mind.Hive only have 6, so... Yeah, actually, Mind.Hive only, as a team, only have 7, so... Yeah.
Well, I'd say it's player dedication that they're all available to play so much of the time. Like, good for them. You don't need a lot of players to be successful.
Going into King's Row, we're just gonna see Rush. I'm gonna call it right now, unless Mind.Hive decide to pull out more Winston Reinhardt.
Well, you never know. We've seen a lot of interesting things this evening so far, and I undoubtedly think we'll see more fun, silly moments in King's Row, because this is the map where anything can happen, where dreams come true, where new comps get created.
Crushed.
By an Orisa.
Not an Orisa. A Winston.
What do you think about these comps, especially like looking at kind of like a similar-ish mirror going on?
Well, Mind.Hive are playing a comp that is very indecisive, because, you know, they want to commit to a Doomfist rush, sort of, but they're not playing the correct heroes to do that, because they don't have a Zarya to bubble that Doomfist when he goes in for punches, because he's always so vulnerable doing that, and the Winston, I guess, is sort of a cover-up there-ish, but Tinston just going under the Orisa. I don't know what the goal of Mind.Hive's comp is. I'm gonna be honest.
And another thing about the Doom, like, even if he has no bubble, Yamcha is also there to just see him into the ground.
Mind.Hive playing very aggressively, though, taking a lot of space early, but Infinity falling so dangerously low, once you go in, it's very hard to get out. And there goes the first pick from Mactac onto Tekken, I believe. Everything's going a little bit wonky and haywire right now on my end.
Well, I like how they kind of switched up their playstyle a little bit, even though it looks like this engagement is going to be failing for them. They did come out like much more aggressive than what we saw on the last map, because you did comment about how slow they were playing, but now we see something where they just want to try to, you know, like get in and get it done.
They have to play fast with this Doomfist, or else you really can't get value, because Doomfist goes in first, so either you go in and if he goes in and he dies immediately and you get nothing done, or he makes space and you go in with him. There's not really another way to play it like that. And now Mind.Hive are just trying to set up again, but they're doing it so slowly, and they get blizzarded. They caught a rotation, get blizzarded, and now that should just be another fight for Majesty. Maybe not. There's some late pick there, but it should be okay.
Yeah, they're still trying to fight on, maybe getting a little bit more done in terms of ult economy, but this is going to be yet another successful defense from Majesty. It's interesting to see this going on right now, because Mind.Hive normally doesn't really have this much of a struggle when going up against somebody.
I just think Mind.Hive is just kind of confused as a team right now, and I don't know how much this can really do for them. I think just trying to adapt to playing weird stuff is not going to help you, really. A good pick onto Mac Tackle, though, might lead to something here for them. I can't tell truly.
Well,
they're getting point control.
Yeah.
It's pretty good for them right now.
I think they may have finally cracked the code there, because that main tank falling quickly does spell danger no matter what side or what team you're on. And they successfully managed to get point A, and so maybe this is where Mind.Hive finds their footing and plays together more and like sweeps through point B like it doesn't even exist.
Going into this point, though, Mind.Hive really don't have a whole lot of very impactful ults. They have the window from Andrew and the meteor strike from Infinity and the Doomfist. But on the other hand, Majesty, while not having really more ults than that themselves, are building up to a couple very impactful ones, mainly the Blizzard. Using an early Blizzard here from Bing Bong, I believe, or Beat rather. Infinity comes out of the deep Infinity strike and immediately just falls apart, I believe.
Unlucky. But I do have to say though, I'm pretty... Even though Mind.Hive is definitely kind of getting a slow start, I think that last fight kind of showed how they can just keep the cart moving even though kills come in from both sides. And so coming in now to like the close of point B, we're gonna see who's gonna win this upcoming fight.
It should just be another relatively decisive fight for Majesty here. Couple picks are being traded right now, but it looks like it favors Majesty in the end. That should be another successful defense from Majesty on the streets phase.
That was close though. I saw all those kills coming in for Mind.Hive, but then all of a sudden they flipped the script and Majesty, like you said, completed another defensive hold. Now it looks like they're coming in super aggro. Mind.Hive, they're mad. They're gonna try to use air check speed to save
Hanson on
themselves.
Zarya actually provide support to Infinity on this Doomfist. Let's see if he can do anything else really. It's walled in pretty early on. Technically not taking a lot of burst damage there. Could still die here. It's counter-targeted by Mac Tackle, and the Blizzard gets even from GT. That should just be really another fight. They invested the Blizzard there, and it got shut down almost immediately. And notably, Majesty really didn't use an ult there, other than the window, I believe, and maybe not even that.
Yeah, they just predicted it. I feel like they just automatically knew that they were gonna throw in that Blizzard, and they were ready for it. And so now we have 1:30 left on the clock.
MacTac's taking a very aggressive approach. Bing Bong gets caught out in rotation, and now MacTac is just stuck in the back lane getting walled. And Mind.Hive are pushing this for free, basically. The beat does come out in fear of that Diva Bomb, but really, Mind.Hive is just pushing this card for free and getting ults out of Majesty.
I like how they got in front of Majesty, because you see that like everyone from Majesty was now chasing Mind.Hive to the car, and they were just able to push it in. That was pretty funny.
I mean, the rotation they took was really very silly. I don't understand why they did that. And now with discount on 7 perishing again, the tech gonna get traded out in return, and the B coming out for Bing Bong should lead to a pretty decisive fight win here, at least for the moment.
Yeah, Majesty's finding their footing again. And in terms of ults economy, it looks like Mind.Hive is going to have a lot of ults coming up soon, especially Hanson's Grab and quite possibly Rymax's Blizzard. And for Majesty, they have a Blizzard as well, almost to a shatter as Mac Tackle is at the funny number percentage.
Oh, Infinity gets caught out by Yamcha using the flash. Mac Tackle gets triggered in return, as well as Storm. I mean, this fight could really go either way with the respawns from Majesty right now. The window comes out for discount. Now they have a chance here. The spam going under the Rhine Shield is very heavy. Texan has a lot of pressure going on them right now, but they should be okay.
Yeah, this fight looks decisive for Mind.Hive right now. They're still able to stand strong, and looks like they're going to try to do a wraparound to make sure they're all safe and protected while Majesty attempts to find their footing, but the cart's still moving.
The Blizzard here from Rymax is the make or break of this fight. If they can get it successfully off, that's probably going to be a win for them if they can break the lamp for Andrew in time. But Air Truck's getting very close to that beat as well. The winner comes out for Andrew, and now they should be good here. Yamcha gets another pick on Infinity again. This McCree is just shutting down the Doomfist so hard. The Shatter comes out for Tekujin, gets blocked by the Zarya bubble of all things, and now Bing Bong falls in return. This looks like it will be a cap. Air Track on the Lucio is going silly right now, getting 3. Will he get more? I think he did. I can't tell. The stream is getting chaotic. Alright. GT is the only one left on card here. Mac Tackle just trying to stay alive on this card. Bing Bong just delaying the inevitable, really. I'd say that was a pretty successful attack for Mind.Hive. They didn't play particularly good at the beginning, but once they made the swap to that Zarya, even if Infinity was dying, he was making space on that Doomfist.
I agree. This is a new look for Mind.Hive from last match, and they're playing more aggressive. And even though they still had that rocky start left over from Busan, they shook it off and they managed to cap all three, even with 30 seconds on the clock. But I'm interested to see if Majesty is going to have a similar performance or a better one, because they are still coming off of that high horse of Busan. But judging by this defense, it could go both ways.
What I want to see is Infinity continuing to, like, even if Infinity's dying, he's playing like a wrecking ball. He's going in, he's getting people out of position, and they actually look like they're making a different look here. Now Henson is on the Rhine, and Techvision is on the Diva, and they're playing a Maya Reaper, which I definitely think is still pretty solid, especially like with the close choke of the first point here, where you can just get a wall and then burst a tank down, or maybe catch out a squishy if they're playing too far up. Yeah.
What do you think about Majesty's comp right now? Because if you want to talk about silly comps,
I don't think they're running that. I think they're just kind of scouting. So, like, they're trying to scout or maybe get an early pick from Storm on the Widow or Yamcha with a damage boosted rocket.
Everyone get your clips out. This is going to be funny.
All right, well, they're playing the Bastion, the funny Bastion character. And
They're ready to destroy. There they go!
In the hotel.
Yes!
Okay,
I love it.
so they rotated through hotel, and now the Bastion has point control. So what are you gonna do?
Hey, it worked! Wait, why is it working?
It's not working anymore. Maybe? This is a very, very bizarre fight.
Oh my gosh, it worked for longer than I expected, because if anybody has that clip, please feel free to post it in chat. But there was one time, I forget who was playing, I have the clip somewhere, but they tried the Bastion strat, and within like 2 seconds, everything got dismantled. It was hilarious.
What I noticed is that Mind.Hive tried to do tried to rotate through hotel to catch out somebody who was left in choke, but their entire team had teleported on top of the statue, so there's nothing there, and now you're attacking a Bastion. Which, to be fair, still went pretty well, but it was very, very risky. And now Majesty making a late swap onto a more rush style, but they're noticeably down on ults right now because they lost that first fight and had to switch heroes.
Very true. That cheesy strat unfortunately didn't work as well as they wanted, but it still worked well enough, and it looks like Mind.Hive is going to be making up for that lost time, as their aggressive defensive style is actually going to allow Majesty to back up a little bit. As you see, discount almost got dangerously low, but they're gonna go in again after regaining all of their players.
They should be good in this fight, honestly. Like, they got some very solid picks from Storm and the May, and now they're really just cleaning up here. There's not much really real team fighting here. Storm just got really good early picks. Mind.Hive coming into this ult with a 6-pack, I believe, coming into this fight with a 6-pack of ult, I believe. That should be pretty good for them.
Yeah.
As ults normally are. And Majesty are getting such good stagger picks. The May and the Bat and the May dying is really good. Some of the slowest heroes in that rush comp. Now Lucio has to come back and get them from the defense, or from the defensive spawn. But noticeably, Majesty is not taking space here. They're playing pretty slow. They're not taking the third point entrance, I guess. And now Mind.Hive has a chance to hold on the street smoke.
Yeah, both of the teams have amazing ult economies going for them, like you mentioned, and it's all going to be about who does the better execution. So far, it looks like it might just be Majesty's doing that in this double-sided fight. Bombs coming in. Will it find anything spectacular? It looks like it's just going to result in a back and forth fight once again. As you see, teams are just battling it out. Both kills coming in from both sides. I don't believe the bomb did anything there. High Noon also coming out from Yamcha to try to make some space. Majesty is still steadily pushing this car though. And now it's up for Mind.Hive to do one last defense.
Mind.Hive have a chance to win here with the aggressive beat from Air Track. Should do pretty well here. Lamp dies early from Majesty. Jackal taking a decent chunk of damage right now in there, really, really deep. Might die very early on in this fight. Gets traded out for I can't tell who. And now the May should just fall very soon for them. And Mind.Hive with very little time and ults, somehow managed to recap that.
That was a very important fight for them to win, and as you mentioned with the time bank, even though there's still about 2.5 minutes left for Majesty to try to crack this, Mind.Hive have set themselves in a good position right now to try to set up a good defense here, because in Overwatch, like 5 minutes can turn to 1 minute in the blink of
going in for punches, but it seems like they're very, very committed to this May Reaper style, which really isn't. It's not the worst. It's still pretty solid. I think the McCree is still better just because McCree has a lot more utility, like just having a short range stun and very high burst DPS. Reaper has high burst DPS, but it's just very, very good for the McCree to generally to use it.
Yeah. I think that the McCree has definitely been finding a lot of value, especially when Yamcha finds those great headshots. And I remember last match too, when I was casting a Wi-Fi on the McCree, did a lot for their team. And so now we see an interesting rollout here from Mind.Hive, the May Reaper Rush. I think that can do definitely a lot of damage.
Getting very separated early. Good wall come out from both sides, but it looks like it's coming in worse for Mind.Hive right now. Hinson gets frozen up, gets taken pretty low, about half there. The Reinhardt cannot take that much burst damage without the lamp. And now Yamcha gets a pick onto Infinity on the Reaper. You really can't take this fight if you're Mind.Hive here. The Reaper is a majority of your team's damage, especially without like a Zarya or a Sigma to really make up for that deficit, but he's not there. Mind.Hive re-engaging, but Andrew dying very critically, even dropping the window, but I don't think it came out. He died frame perfect to where you don't get your window and you're down your BAP. And it looks like there's a hold here for Majesty.
That's super unfortunate because that ultimate can be so useful. But yet again, I just think that they're playing conflicting cops again, because the May Reaper Rush kind of needs team cohesion to be like, okay, everyone, we're gonna go in and steamroll, and that just didn't really happen for them. And it looks like round 3 is gonna go in favor of Majesty.
It's just Mind.Hive is playing a very, very slow style right now. They're taking approaches really slowly, and then someone, the BAP or the Diva or the McCree, just gets an early pick, like, and then you have to either, especially since you only have a minute, you have to either commit to that fight or hope and pray that you can get a decent re-engage, like, after that person is respawned. And they're trying to kind of commit to both. It's like they backed up a little bit, but they stayed in where they could take poke, and then immediately after, Andrew died, and you just lose there.
Yeah, that was just super unlucky when Andrew fell so early, because losing your Baptiste, like you mentioned, it's just so costly, especially if you don't have a lot of time to do an engagement. And I really hope that it's not a troll again, that Majesty's going to try to do this, because in my defense, when they did this the first time, they actually managed to get multiple ticks, and all they need right here is 1, so it's not that bad of a strat.
What it really depends on is if Mind.Hive plays it the same way, because if they try to rotate through Hotel again, they're just going to lose. They will lose. They don't have enough time. Like, they don't have enough time or shields to rotate, really. Because even with a natural cover, you're still going to take poke from the Bastion, or maybe from the Symmetra, or the Baptiste, or the Sigma even. Now they're just going for the wacky statue to teleport.
Wait. Pause. They might be going somewhere different. Oh,
they are going to the high ground. I respect it, you know, changing it up a little bit. And now the Bastion on the high ground, what are you going to do? Air tech falls almost immediately. Now Yamcha is just cleaning up on this Bastion here, cleaning house. This really looks like it's it. They do take a very, very, very solid position here, being playing close to the high ground where they can't see you, but Max Tackle is just inevitable. This man is an unstoppable freak of nature on the Reinhardt, and that is a 2-0 for Majesty.
Yeah, those silly strats, they could either pay off or they could either hurt a team, and I think we've seen it go both ways today. Good job to Majesty, though. I think that they definitely played really well together today with all of their players' individual talents, just the Widow, but then also like team talent as well, just as like the overall team synergy. And Mind.Hive, they did look a little off from what we've normally expected from them. I think that they were just trying to find something different they could run. Maybe they were thinking that Majesty wasn't good enough, so maybe they could have just run whatever they'd like. But I don't think that's really in the Mind.Hive spirit to just throw it away.
I just think they were kind of desperate, being like lacking Jeff, because they had to play one of their off tanks on DPS, or they had to play their off tank rather, who's in Infinity, and I just don't think that's enough. Like, you're losing so much coordination and synergy if you're not playing, one of your big mainstay players, being in Jeff, I guess.
Well, unfortunately, they lost Jeff and lost the match, but that doesn't mean they're out of it yet. They are still going to be into this, and we'll catch up with their game later this evening, right after this.
Yes, I'm grooving. Yes, I'm grooving. Yes, I'm grooving.
welcome back. We've got our third match of the evening so far. We've got Majesty going up against PXP, the two winners so far tonight. And once again, I am joined by Mara.
Hi, I'm here. Hello there. I'm trying to think of some anecdotes for this match. I don't really have one. I think both these teams are kind of just... They got... I don't want to call... They got relatively easy matchups. I think that they were pretty favored as teams that both look pretty solid right now. I'd say they're like about middle of the pack. I feel like this matchup was always going to happen. I didn't think realistically that no matter how much I hoped that they would, because I do like a good upset sometimes. Thinking about this, it's really... I think this is going to be a pretty interesting DPS battle in with Yamcha Storm versus Aquarius and Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi and Storm and Yamcha have all been playing very, very well. And I wonder if Aquarius can support a Wi-Fi enough on whatever hero he's on, to where that they can make a big enough impact to really to make a big enough difference to offset the fact that Storm and Yamcha are so very, 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 very solid DPS. Sorry, I don't know.
Yeah, there's a lot of...
here, Zhang Control Center specifically. I'm expecting some Junkrat, maybe some Mei, definitely some Symmetra.
There's definitely a lot of talent on both sides, as you highlighted for us, and I am very excited to see that talent matchup. And like we already know, Lijiang is going to be our first map again. Both teams are going to start on the Symmetra to just try to get the point as quickly as possible. But in terms of like differentiation, it looks like there's going to be an Ana coming in for Butters, which is a little interesting because there's no Genji.
It's not good. So Ana makes you play more aggressively, but you can't make mistakes because your mistakes aren't like completely eliminated by the lamp of Baptiste. Oh, never mind. Butters is going under the Baptiste. Speak for the devil. Now this is pretty standard. Notably though, neither side has a Symmetra, which is this is one of her very best maps in the game.
Yeah, it looks like both of them were just baiting us with this picks, and like you said, I don't know why or not, because Symmetra was very good on Lijiang just because of those great turret placements. We've seen that earlier on, but both teams vying for that spot in the middle there, and they're taking it pretty cautiously, I have to say.
No one's really advantaged too much right now, except the lamp does fall for Butters, and now with that down, Majesty led by Mac Tackle can just kind of walk into you and do whatever they want.
Yamcha with that beautiful 3K there as those cleanup kills are rushing in, and now Majesty has put themselves in a good position to hold that choke point, as you can see they're trying to do. On the side of PXP, they only have the window to try to do an engagement.
That's such a good wall there. But I don't know. Oh, I believe they did a flash shatter there, and now that's just more ult charge for the side of Majesty, getting very close to spawn camping PXP right now. Just hopping over to the Bastion, just to fend that off. But Majesty have a very good ult advantage right now. They have the Blizzard, the High Noon, the Diva Bomb, the Window coming up close to another beat. They're in such a good position. Butters with a Window here gets matched by discount. Should be a decent start for both these teams.
I really like the way that Majesty is playing, but it looks like PXP doesn't, because they're just shutting them down and moving quickly onto the point there. It looks so good for Majesty though, because like you mentioned, they have that ult economy to keep that choke, but I guess somehow PXP caught them off guard.
PXP really won that fight when they shattered both of the supports of Majesty. Pirate Spy didn't build up to a beat there, which is pretty crucial because they still have it for this next engagement where Aquarius has the Blizzard, which is a very good response to that Blizzard. Everybody going into the white room now, rotating very far, but Macaco gets walled very early on. The bomb is committed from I believe it was Chasey. Doesn't connect on anything, it looks like, but it does make some space. Both of you are just kind of sitting in there. Oh wait, everything's just a little bit delayed right now, and it should be pretty good for PXP, it looks like. Majesty might be able to bring this back if they're able to. If they can get enough solid hits here.
Yeah, it looks like they will be, and they're going to be soon rotating onto that point. ults are being thrown left and right. Both teams committing so much, but even in the end, with that win, Majesty also comes out with a better ult economy.
Winning fights, especially in Rush, is very important because, especially in Control, like winning fights in succession, you know, winning one after the other, just leaves your ult economy in such a good spot to where they really can't realistically like recap without building up 6 of their own and hoping they can start doing the same thing. High Noon and Blizzard, or High Noon and Window used to really nothing, it seems like, and now it's traded for in return by Yamcha, and that should just be the round 1 from Majesty, who looked very, very solid in this first round.
I definitely agree with the solidity of their composition, because with rush rounds you need to have good team cohesion, and Majesty is a team that is able to play this composition well. But PXP definitely had some moments where they shone as well. And so I'm curious about this next round, depending on which map we get, to see if PXP is going to throw out something special.
Going on to, I believe it is Night Market here, we see a little bit of change up from both these teams right now. Wouldn't be surprised to see a Symmetra here, you know, keep running that rush, being able to get early point control and just win off of that. Wi-Fi does seem to be favoring the Symmetra right now, it looks like. And yeah. I mean, the Symmetra just wins in all the situations, but crucially, Majesty doesn't have a Mei right now, so their Reinhardt of PXP is going to be a lot less contested. Let's see how it goes out here.
I think a Mei is such a crucial character to have, though. You gotta have one there, and it looks like both teams are already made their way onto the point. Both teams use that teleport, but it looks like in the end, PXP is going to be driving away Majesty.
And I mean, PXP really just are outcombining them right now because they don't have a Mei, and Mei is a very, very, very good hero in this meta right now, and they just have point control early, and now they have all the turrets set up and everything, and now they're just trapped. What are you gonna do? You can't do anything here. The tanks, both sides window actually, both are very fast, but it seems that Majesty comes out on top with all the kills coming in after that window.
I was almost gonna say that PXP may have overcommitted, and I thought that they had already won, but then when I blinked my eye, all these kills just flood in for Majesty.
Window Fire Strike is a very, very deadly combo. Being able to deal 200 damage instantly, you know, it's alright. It's okay.
Only just a game-winning combination.
All right, they make another. Oh, they bait the teleporter, and there goes the wall from Wi-Fi. Good shatter though coming from MacTackle, connects onto I believe GT and onto Chasey rather. Now they should just be able to really sift it. Like they weren't able to move into that wall, so now they can't do anything in the fight. Storm gets picked off randomly by Aquarius, which is exactly what you need in this fight. Your high charge Symmetra being down is brutal. Not having that Symmetra charge is brutal. And now it looks like you should be able to clean this up. MacTackle does take Absy out the edge, and the bomb committed. Yep, Majesty somehow managed to continue just to win these fights that they really shouldn't be winning.
Yeah, like every time these fights happen, you think that PXP is going to be in the lead, but then somehow they end up slipping, and it looks like Majesty's on top now, because you can see up there through the wall, their teleporter is still intact, which means that they have a faster route of transportation than PXP.
Now that Storm on the Symmetra is back in the fight, high charge Symmetra deals, I believe it's like 150 damage per second, something like that, and infinitely reloads on barriers. You just stay in that fight melting tanks. And now PXP not even running the Symmetra here. I don't think they can realistically approach this point now. They gotta get on the jets and hope that they win this fight. Discount dying that early to Wi-Fi is exactly what you need to beat PXP right now. MacTackle is well taking a lot of early damage, be it in response from Pirate Spy, but the wall crucially does not come out before Storm perishes, and now PXP finally looks like they're in a decent position to take this point.
Yeah, Jazzy Shatter. I'm not sure how many people it hit, but I can definitely see that it opened up the fight for PXP. And now they need to hold on to this. It's 99-20, and it's going to be very, very, very important that they use all of their ultimates wisely and not get picked off super early.
I mean, PXP really don't have that many ults right now. They have the window, and they have the High Noon coming up on the Diva Bomb, but that's really about it. Not to say Majesty has much more, but both teams are going to have a while before they can really get an ult fight out here. And if PXP can just keep point control, the Symmetra can't set up. Or sorry, actually they don't even have Symmetra. Excuse me. Now the window comes out from Butters, and I think they just have to wait here. Try and get. They're just zoning them out. They can't peek at all. Mac Tackle now going under the point, taking a lot of damage. Both the tanks of Majesty are very low, but a massive shatter from Mac Tackle hits a lot, but it just isn't able to finish them off with the lamp at the peak committed.
A really good fight there for PXP because it looks like they drained most of the ult economy for Majesty. They have about 2 ultimates to come in with during this, but now it's so much closer, and PXP might be able to pull this off.
PXP are in a very good position right now, not having ults fully, but they're very close to very key ones, mainly the McCree ult, or the May ult, then about halfway to that Reinhardt's Earth Shatter. Bomb comes in right now from Chasey, committed a little early, should be good, or from Juicy rather. Oh, but I think the Shatter comes out actually. Looks pretty big. This is a very good position for Majesty right now. And I think they've won this.
Yeah, they ate the Blizzard.
Oh, they eat the Blizzard. That's awful. And now I think Majesty has barely squeaked out on top in this first map.
Yeah, that was super close for PXP. Now literally 99 to 99. And that was just unlucky that Blizzard got eaten. Staggers are coming in, but I don't think it's going to create much of a difference.
Mac Tackle is getting very low. If they can get a pick onto that onto the Reinhardt, it'll be huge. Chasey trying to stay in point, but can't do much when there's a Blizzard and a High Noon just in your face. And that should be map 1.
Yep. The deal is pretty much sealed, but I like what I'm seeing so far. Just like I said with the first match with PXP versus DayDream, it looks close, and it looks like we're gonna have a fun, entertaining second map because PXP and Majesty both had great moments throughout where they were able to take down the competition and have pretty solid map holds.
I think it was just eked out in the end by the DPS really of, or not even really the DPS, just like the comp picks for Majesty were really, really good. Like the May Symmetra there is very good at just, if you don't have a Symmetra and a May, you're really not going to win a whole lot of fights there because the McCree just doesn't do a whole lot. But as soon as both teams hop over to the May McCree, it was just obvious that Majesty is more practiced on that composition and really just very, very comfortable on it.
Yeah, I know in the beginning of our cast we talked about how there's a new patch and a new meta and how these teams were all going to adapt to that, and it looks like they're utilizing these new DPS heroes who have come into the light to their advantage, especially the May. We've seen both teams play her exceptionally well, but I also think that with May being so powerful again, it's diva play that is going to be important too, because again we've seen a bunch of good divas today eat Blizzards.
Yeah, Blizzard's a pretty easy ultimate to eat. It moves pretty slowly. It has a very loud, and it moves. It's shot out slowly. It moves slowly. It's very loud. May's a very loud character. Everything is just priming for an eat from a diva who's paying enough attention to finish that off, and just win a fight down your very crucial ultimate in Blizzard.
And since it was Majesty who did take that first map, I believe it's now going to be the map pick for PXP. What do you think they're going to do? Because I believe, I'm not sure which type it is, but if you had to speculate.
It's hybrid. I'm gonna call another King's Row, another classic map that we've seen twice today on this stream. Now, I mean, it's really just, again, Lijiang is a rush map, but the King's Row is a rush map. Like, you really can't run another comp on rush on most of the points. Maybe on third you could run something a little bit more spammy, like Hanzo and Echo, just to poke out, or just to deal a lot of damage in the early fight, and then they just have to use cooldowns, but to get value in that, or to get into that fight in the first place. But it's just whoever can execute the rush better right now.
I think that you predicted it correctly. I am pretty confident we are heading into King's Row, and I want to see these different kinds of rush styles because even though rush is mainly just one comp with one style, it can be played in so many different ways, I feel like, depending on like your cohesion or your skill set for your heroes, stuff like that.
I mean, this map is really just more of the same. It's can you execute your rush better? Can you use your cooldowns more efficiently? Can you use your ults better? Can you do these little micro plays like using or going all in with your Rhine and just using resources to keep him up while simultaneously still getting into value like on your own as a hero, you know? It's just
it's
a lot.
It is a lot. King's Row has been known to show us a lot, and we're almost ready to go in and bring you that action. And a quick one before, and here we go in. I was going to say a quick thing before we start. I was going to say, who do you pred?
Yeah.
I was going to say, what pred do you expect for round one? Like, do you think they're going to cap, or and if so, what time bank do you think they're going to have?
That's a very, very, very specific question, and I will not answer it because I don't know.
I'll make a bet then. I believe it is going to be, I'm figuring out, okay, so it's going to be Majesty on defense and PXP on attack. I think that PXP is going to cap this, but I think that they're going to be in the 2 to 1 minute time range.
I think Majesty is going to full hold them because I think Majesty is built differently, personally.
All right, I'll take that bet for you.
We also do have Bing Bong coming in for Pirate Spy here, and Rain coming in for Anti-Jazzy on the main tank, and that's about all we have right now. Actually, I believe Minikui came in, was in her last map, though. I may be mistaken.
But in terms of the compositions we see right now, again, that famed Mei character and the McCree, I like how we're seeing a lot of McCree. I feel like he hasn't really been meta for a super long time.
He's been there, you know. He's not been super meta, but right now he's definitely the best character to run in Rush. Starting off here, a very interesting wall from Aquarius, and then immediately a massive wall coming in from Storm, putting the entirety of PXP in a small area just to deal a lot of damage to, and you can't retreat, can't leave. You know, map editing is pretty cool.
Majesty looking pretty solid just in that first few seconds of the match, and PXP is really split right now. You see that Butters is all the way up at the top balcony trying to make sure he doesn't get hit, and they're going to attempt another engagement again, wrap it around the statue, but Majesty's going to go ahead and meet them there.
A lot of these fights just go into whoever has the better Mei wall and then whoever has the better lamp to respond to that Mei wall, and then if you can break the lamp fast enough. Both lamps are answered though, and Rain taking a lot of damage right now from that window. All the damage being boosted twice, or being doubled. Just kind of sitting on Pullman right now, just biding their time, holding ults. They're not really close to any, but like they're using PXP's time, really. PXP going on the high ground right now.
This is an interesting rotation I was going to comment because high ground advantage is always good, but now they're kind of got to figure out what they want to do with it, and it looks like it's going to be a drop down and an attempted Mei wall to get back tackle, but it doesn't look like they're going to find it, but Bing Bong.
Bing Bong gets caught out there. Wi-Fi is making the difference on this McCree right now. That window dealing so much damage. Wi-Fi picking up 3, might be 4, who knows? Doesn't seem like it, and now, honestly, that's kind of an ideal fight for PXP. They really only, actually, it's not, because they use 3 ults there. Majesty now coming in with almost 5? Actually, sorry, almost 6.
Well, granted, it looks like PXP is going to try soon regain what they had lost because we see Noir and Chasey close to their ultimates, but at the time being, yes, Majesty does have the better ult economy, and this alleyway is such a very crucial choke point to hold.
It depends on how fast they take this fight, really. Because if they take this fight before Noir builds up this beat, they can use this Blizzard from Storm a lot better. Because they can't respond to it. They either have to they have to speed boost out of it, or they have to tank it with the immortality, which is not an ideal use of the immortality, really. Gets you alive, but not after a Maywall. Mac Tackle getting stunned on Kari, getting very, very, very low. Should be okay here. The shadow from Mac Tackle is massive, catching 3. No follow-up, though, as the lamp does come out from Butters. It should be a still pretty solid fight. Bomb coming in from GT breaks range shield, or deals a lot of damage to it, I believe. And now Mac Tackle can just kind of walk forward. Oh, but the Blizzard from Storm isn't eaten, and everything is just going so poorly for Majesty now.
Get that, because I saw that Majesty kind of backed up and let PXP come in. Maybe they thought that GT's bomb would bind something, but I think that was an error on their part, basically letting PXP walk for free, and their ult economy is built up huge now.
The High Noon and the card is trying to prevent a touch here, and that's exactly what it does, getting the Diva mech out, doing a lot of damage to tanks, and Rain following up with his Fire Strike through the window on discount. PXP is making very good time right now going into third, but anything can happen on third. Third is a wild beast. It's very defender favored, but if you can steamroll in fast enough, you can get in. So who knows?
Yeah, but considering that in that last thing, the take point B, PXP used a lot of their ultimates, and now they only have one. So, but on the same side, Majesty has one right now, but they are closer to getting 2 than PXP is, so it might be defender favored for the time being.
Crucially, they don't have the Blizzard fully yet. Yamcha is trying to buy their team some time, putting a lot of pressure onto them, and now it should be okay for them. Yeah, and Majesty come out like, because PXP can't really peek the High Noon, they kind of have to play safe, and then that gives Majesty a very good time window to just go in and get them while they're all huddled up in a corner trying to avoid a High Noon.
The High Noon is kind of crucial to avoid because, you know, it's a one shot, but at the same time, most people just kind of use it for owning purposes. And so I think that using a shield to combat the High Noon is better than hiding from it, because at least that prevents the attackers from getting free space.
Good lamp. The Blizzard and Storm doesn't catch really anything other than Aquarius. The Aquarius has already used their own Blizzard, so them being dead here isn't a whole big deal. Magnacle, though, is alive with a Shatter right now, but can they get it off before Rain gets theirs? Because Rain is very, very close to getting their own Shatter right now. Rain gets it. Magnacle kind of alone on Carly now, taking a lot of pressure from that window. May not be able to get a Shatter off here. Rain gets walled, though. That's massive coming out from Storm. If they can finish off that Reinhardt, and the Shatter, oh, it connects onto like 4, I believe it is. And now, this is still just kind of a chaotic fight. Both Reinhardt getting bullied right now, but it looks like PXP's coming out on top.
Yeah, that bomb coming in from G2 was a little bit too far and it didn't catch anyone. I think that if it was closer, it may have been able to take down Rain. But PXP...
though, gets the D-Mac on a Chasey, but in return, GT also loses theirs. Magnacle coming out on the ball, getting 2, getting 3. You know, this guy's kind of a nutcase on the ball. He's a little freakazoid.
Yeah, Magnacle really saved that for Majesty, and now 2-minute warning for PXP. No ultimates on the table at all for either team.
Now PXP really don't have... Okay, so Majesty have made a statement with that, is that they can hold that third point, and holding that third in that fight is massive for like morale as well as just having ults there, because they used their ults pretty early on in that fight, and it was drawn out so long that PXP had to use quite a few ults of their own there.
True.
They lost it fast and they came back really fast as well. Magnacle, though, you really can't do much right now. The tanks of PXP are pretty split. Rain taking a lot of damage, gets frozen up. Now that's just another fight for Majesty.
Yeah, and they're building up more and more ultimates. Both DPS ultimates are now on the table for them, and time is dwindling for PXP. They have the materials they need now to try to make this one last engagement successful. They just need to watch out for what Majesty has to throw.
This fight really depends on can Chasey either deny the Blizzard long enough, or sorry, eat the Blizzard, deny it for long enough for Noir to get a beat, or just not do either of those things, and then their entire team just dies to a Blizzard, or maybe just 1 or 2 people. This Blizzard is going to make or break this for them. The same for GT, sort of, but they at least have the lamp, and they're getting closer to their portals. Currently though, so they do get the Blizzard from Aquarius, and the Blizzard from Storm connects, but Bing Bong's and a great combo from Yamcha into the Blizzard just finishes them off. And now, Majesty really only used 2 ults there. And they're in a very prime position to take this round, or to defend this.
That is not good for PXP. Like, they used a lot of their ults there, and that crucial Blizzard didn't even work, and they...
Mac Tackle is very far up right now. They cannot let this go on. The shot from Mac Tackle, what is going on?
Brain!
Alright. So this should be a hold for Majesty, unless Noir can continue to get these huge boosts, but with the B coming in from Bing Bong, it should be, you know, a 3rd point hold, because 3rd point is just, it's where Push is going to die. It's really just delaying the inevitable here. Chasey is in there on the high charge Zarya, but there's not going to be enough damage for them to continue to secure kills.
Yeah, like you said, 3rd point's so defender favored just because the spawns are so close by and the other spawns are just so far away. But they did come pretty close to completing it, so PXP definitely have a lot of wiggle room to prevent Majesty from pushing. Like, for example, if they get point A, they can just stop them at point P, and if they get point B, then they can at least stop them before C. You know, like, they have more options, and rather if they had only completed point B or point A. So they're not in the worst of positions.
They're not in a bad position, but I think part of it really is that Majesty... So Majesty had a very good, like, even holding on 3rd is still fine there. They didn't fully cap. 3rd is very defender favored just because of all the high ground, and like just how the point is structured is very hard to attack. And the spawns just make it worse because defender spawns are always close on 3rd. It's just how this game be. And
it's how it is.
PXP, I don't know if PXP really played better there. They just had good tempo going into 3rd, and then Majesty clean up their acts and just one fight after fight after fight. Even getting close to capping, they weren't able to finish it off fully.
And sometimes that lack of completion could break a team if you're not careful. Like, it could bite them in the butt rather. But I think that they know that. I think Punket's passion is aware of what.
Oh dear lord, they're doing it again. You must have been watching. You know they're doing it. You know they're pulling at the back.
Oh my god, yes. I love this strategy, especially when it works.
Okay, I don't think it's gonna work because they're playing very close to them and they may not be able to get a TP out in time. And yep, Storm is only able to get to the high ground. Both lines traded out, but the lamp crucially is still up for PXP right now. The Bastion just sitting in main, getting bullied by all the poke. Gets walled as well, so it can't get healed for a little bit there. It should be a decent position for both teams, though. I don't know who really wins this because Storm is still on the high ground. Yet they can help with their team up.
I like it.
But the Sigma is just sitting there shielding the Bastion, and Chasey gets team-matched. You don't have a D to eat all that to eat all that Bastion damage now, and now you're just getting hailed. It's all the hailfire is just doing so much damage right now. Like, your Bastion's just on high ground dealing, what is it, like 300 DPS per second? It's, you know, it's there. It's alright.
I liked how this worked because, for example, like when this first came out, they were obviously like destroyed. PXP moved in on them, but the important thing was that Storm never died. They stayed up there, so he was able to create another teleport to allow the rest of his team to join them on high ground and do the Bastion strat. And it looks like they might stick with this and run sort of like a pirate ship.
They didn't really get destroyed there either. Like, both lines are traded out, which just fares better for Majesty because I still have another shield from the Sigma, even with a D.Va still up for Punk's Passion. But I mean, they still have a very good position. They're in a very good position right now. Majesty having the Bastion and about to be able to get set up on the cart or on the high ground, depending on where Storm dictates they go.
Definitely. The turret placement though too, it's just so, this comp, even though it looks just so cheesy and it looks like they're being destroyed right now, it could be pretty interesting to see it work. Majesty is going to
swap onto Rush here. Wait for the DPS, and there it goes. But it's really not the worst because they're only missing the DPS holds. Both the impactful tank holds they still have up. The flux will have to either Okay, the flex will have to be answered by Noir or the lamp from Butters, so that's one cooldown used for PXP, but they can still just move in after because they're moved out of position from that flux. Flux comes in, responded by Noir, of course, with the beat. So Mac Echo getting cornered in Bookstore, taking so much damage, but the Reaper coming in for Wi-Fi is absolutely massive and should shut them down here.
All of these DPS on both sides have just been performing so exceptionally well tonight. They've been getting a lot of great pickoffs with their ultimates and just their wraparounds and flanks, and I'm just so impressed by everybody right now.
The key thing there is that MacTackle got really over-aggressive trying to follow up on that flex and got isolated in the bookstore and then just wasn't able to do much even with the shatter connecting onto a couple. But like the entirety of PXC was just kind of there, so you're just gonna die in Ryan, or you're gonna waste your immortality field or your beat, which is what happened because they used both those abilities to keep them alive and it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, one important thing about Rush is to always make sure you're together and playing with your team, and if you charge like that, like you said, it's not going to help you in the long run. And I think that PXP can watch and try to take advantage of that because I think that'll happen again.
Really unfortunate. It gets caught on that little balcony thing, and Yamcha picks off Noir, trade for Storm, but I don't think that's enough here because you're just down with your supports now. It's just going to be cleanup for Majesty, really.
Yeah, they look super solid right now, and PXP, I feel like they're running out of options because I haven't been able to stop them right now. It's almost like a steamroll.
I mean, they won 2 fights in a row, but the bomb from Chasey was expected to get a lot more than it really did with how the placement worked, and now Majesty is PXP is on the back foot here because Majesty, PXP is currently looking down the barrel of like 5 ults. And the Blizzard from Aquarius gets even again by GG. I just don't think you can win this fight here. You just need to back up. You can't realistically win this. The Shatter and Mac Tackle is really just icing on the cake here. It should just be another one fight for Majesty.
Huge fatty shatty coming out there. This is now it. This is where it gets crucial for PXP to shape up and try to build as much ultimates or as many ultimates as they can because they are nearing 3rd point, and they do have to remember they did not cap all the way, so Majesty has a good win condition going for them. Majesty
is in a very good position to just steamroll right now. They have so much momentum going into this 3rd point. And now the bomb from GT is just going to come in and separate them. Oh, but crucially, just got almost gets spooked off by Chasey on the diva into the pit. And now, I mean, PXP is going to take this fight pretty handily and get some very crucial ult charge off of it.
This is it. We see that from this fight that PXP has shaped themselves up, and they have 2.5 minutes to continue doing that, and because it's crunch time now. And their ult economy looks great too.
I don't know if that was really them playing better or just getting lucky that Discount Almost 7 was in such a poor position of the Baptiste, but I mean, either way it worked. Bomb coming in right now. Massive, very good charge bomb there. Good follow-up. Answered by a very good lamp. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, that was such a good shattered bomb though in response to that charge bomb. The tank's been playing very well for both these teams right now, but the Blizzard from Storm is just going to catch Rain and probably Noir gets frozen up. Butters as well is about to fall down. Macap will get traded out for Rain, and GT is just fragging out in the Diva right now. Gets the Mac. Storm as well gets picked, so maybe Majesty can somehow just kind of flub this fight.
That's interesting to see because, especially with Storm's Blizzard, I really thought that they were going to advance because how that Baptiste fell, and you know supports are such crucial parts of a team's composition, but at the same time PXP was able to do that excellent peel and drain more time off the clock, and now we only have less than 1.5 minutes.
Majesty still have a pretty decent advantage right now, and Aquarius's wall isn't too big, but the Blizzard is a little bit more effective. Storm gets frozen up, but that's about it. They don't advance on it crucially, which is very bad for that usage of that ult. Now Chase is just going to get frozen up and CC'd into the ground by Majesty, and the Shatter from Mac Tackle connects onto a couple as well. This just looks like a very good position for Majesty to be in right now, just getting late kills, which makes it even harder to recontest. Yamcha just picking up late, just picking up very important frags right now. should be able to. They really are in a perfect position just to cap this third outright.
Yeah, that opening fight, I don't think that Aquarius's Blizzard got as many people as he was hoping. And now the stall characters are coming out chasing on the ball because they don't have much time left. Like you said, they have to do nothing but stall. And those late kills might
just delaying the inevitable here. It's just Majesty. Majesty wins. I don't think there's a way that they can win this fight. It's because who's alive? You have Wi-Fi's Refold, I guess, which is just gonna get eaten up by GG. And now you're just delaying. Bing Bong does die, but I don't know if that's gonna be enough.
Coggers?
They're cogging right now. GG also gets booped off.
Well, that beat coming out though from Noir is keeping PXP alive for a little bit longer, and now it looks like the members of Majesty are backing up, and now it's primarily just Mac Tackle trying to cog out with discount. Finds 2 great pickoffs to try to open it up.
That should be enough for them to cap here. Even with all these picks coming in, they still have just people sitting on the cart with ults. Mac Tackle builds up a very, very impressively fast minefield. Blizzard comes in, but isn't enough, and Majesty takes the 2-0.
Oh darn, they couldn't touch. There was like 2 people there. That was a good last minute Blizzard though. I thought that it was gonna help, but yeah, Majesty is going to be moving forward and taking this one. But I think that they definitely had to earn this win. PXP, like, they brought that to an overtime last fight. Like, it wasn't as clean as Majesty just flat out steamrolling, you know? PXP actually, like, drew out that fight.
I mean, yeah, that fight was a very, very good position for Majesty. They nearly dropped their pasta at the end. They picked it up very fast. You know, they scarfed up their pasta off the floor. That sounds a little gross, but it's really what happened. They were able to very, 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 very closely, but still win that fight in the end.
You see, only the best teams eat floor pasta, but both of these teams, like I said, were phenomenal. And I wish both of them luck in the next matches they have. But speaking of next matches, we're going to throw to yet another quick break in order to get those last matches coming at you. And that is going to be the end of me and Mara for this evening.
Goodbye.
So we had a pleasure casting for you
I'll
guys.
be playing next week or something. Bye.
touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. Yo, like I'm touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. Yeah, no, I'm strut like I'm touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. Yo, like I'm touchdown. No, I'm strut like I'm touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. Yo, like I'm touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. Yeah, no, I'm strut like I'm touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. Yo, like I'm touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown.
Welcome everybody to Bad Patrimari League. We have got DayDream versus Mind.Hive, the top seeded B League team, going up against the 13th seed in the A League. I'm joined by Salsa here today, and we've got a fun match here today.
Definitely. I mean, I think both of these teams, they obviously in losers bracket, didn't have a fun time necessarily in their initial matches in this pool. But I mean, I'm the B League caster. I've seen a lot of DayDream. They've played very fantastically well. And there they went lossless, and I think that it'll be a very even matchup between Mind.Hive here.
Yeah, I think DayDream, they've been undefeated through the B League, as you said, and they've definitely come in as the hottest team in the B League. And if anybody's going to take a win off of an A League team, it's going to be DayDream. And Mind.Hive is one of the lower seeds, so it could be them.
Definitely. I believe we are going to be getting in game in just a moment. Yeah, and we'll be getting into Lijiang. It'll be Lijiang Night Market. And I mean, I think a big thing to know, we know kind of what Mind.Hive has seen. We've seen them play throughout all of the A League. People watch more of the A League than they do the B League. But I think we're going to see some pretty, some significant composition shifts when you see what they're gonna play. I mean, we already see some differences in the lobby right now, and it'll be interesting to see how they play off of each other on this map.
Yeah, I think Mind.Hive going with this Ryan Orisa, it's not the most common tactic for this map. It's actually gonna be switching over to the monkey now as we get into it. But I think the composition that DayDream is running is a much more traditional one for this map. You got the TPD on the point, as they have used that. It's going to be taken out very quickly though, but that does give them point control with those turrets. So Mind.Hive is going to have to aggress onto DayDream.
Yeah, I mean, we see this fight already starting to break down. Mind.Hive already starting to lose players, but we see a kind of a trade of supports and now a trade of main tanks. And everyone really on DayDream super low. It's going to be difficult to hold off against this onslaught from Infinity here, and ultimately they will fall. It was a good engagement from Mind.Hive. They just kind of played around the central pillar so that they didn't have line of sight. And they have two main tanks that can make a lot of space with that DayDream necessarily can't, because they're playing Zarya.
Yeah, the Zarya kind of looking like a potential weak spot here. Maybe a Diva would be more effective, especially against this Pharah that Infinity has been running. They've already forced Ninja Monkey to switch onto the McCree, hoping to be a little bit more value off of that. But Shatter comes down from Tekugen, and that's going to be a massive barrage finding 5, and Tekugen with the charge off the map just to seal the deal. That's a big ultimate there from Infinity.
Yeah, I mean, now you start to see those changes coming in. Saturn onto the Diva, and I believe they also I think they swapped off of BAP and then went back onto BAP. So just not a great commitment onto their supports either. Just very inconsistent play so far.
Yeah, DayDreams, they still have a chance in this fight. Saturn has switched over to that Diva, trying to get a little bit more done onto that Pharah, but the Valkyrie is going to be popped. Rhymark's also popping that High Noon. A lot of ultimates coming out. That's going to be 4 from Mind.Hive. That's all the ultimates they've built up, but it's going to be getting them the fight wins. It's looking like it's worth it. Mind.Hive just proving to be very dominant so far with another team kill.
Yeah, I mean, right now, if you're DayDream, you're actually really happy about it in that engagement. You traded nothing for that, and you brought out 4 ultimates. And it's really going to be now, can Saturn stop Infinity's potential grab, and can they shut down Andrew before the Nano comes out, probably onto Teku, and just kind of smashes into their team?
Yeah, Ninja Monkey and Paracelsus are going to be popping their ultimates early, not finding any value out of that. It's going to be the Nano from Andrew to respond. He's going to get that off onto the Pharah, and he's going to be able to take down 2 and DMX Saturn in the process. So it's going to be another fight win from Mind.Hive. Even though DayDream got a couple picks early in the fight, it didn't turn out to be enough, and now it's 99%. Unless Ninja Monkey can pull out some heroics, he did find 2, but it's going to be Mind.Hive taking 100-0 on the first round. Just coming into stall on the ball is Sam. Going to be the beat coming out from Partly Cloudy, so this might actually be stallable as the rest of the team is coming in. Blink has also swapped over to that Doomfist to try and get something done. Ninja Monkey on the Soldier, but as Partly Cloudy gets booped off the map and Blink falls off as well, this should be Mind.Hive securing it. Even though DayDream were able to really get back in there and put up a fight, it's not going to be enough. Mind.Hive 100-0.
Yeah, really solid defensive play from Mind.Hive, making sure that they can hold on to this point. Even when they sometimes they just effectively use their ultimates and make sure that DayDream can't really get in there at all. And I mean, I think you kind of have to bring out some wholesale changes for DayDream going into Gardens. I mean, because we know that the composition that Mind.Hive is running will probably work the same way here. You're not going to you shouldn't expect a massive change. It's going to be important to see what they're going to do to change that. It looks like they're going to be trying to run like a very more aggressively dive composition with the ball and the Diva and the Echo.
Yeah, going to be matching the Flyers with the Pocket as well. Blink on that Echo, trying to get something a bit more than the Pharah can provide. Is going to get a bit of damage in there early, but Ninja Monkey is going to fall low. That could be an early pickoff that Mind.Hive is looking for, and they're able to get it. Partly Cloud is going to have to find that res, but it's not likely going to happen as Tekugen falls. It's a big kill by Paracelsus, evening this out, taking down the main tank before he can get much done. Monkey is going to be diving in as well, and DayDream are now taking out the tanks of Mind.Hive. Infinity is going to get some revenge onto Sam, and Saturn is low, so both teams could be without their tanks very shortly. But it seems like DayDream are going to take some point presence here as well. It's going to be them trying to get this first cap, but Tekugen and the rest of his team are going to be getting back onto point. Blink is able to take down Infinity, but isn't going to be rezzed up, so this is anybody's fight still as Paracelsus falls. Partly Cloudy is probably going to have to look for that res to keep DayDream in this fight. He is coming up close onto that ultimate, is going to get res in the end, but it's going to cost Partly Cloudy his life. Even picked so far, but DayDream has gotten this point control initially, so as the Nano comes out onto Rhymark, he's going to have to get a bunch of kills here. The Transcendence also coming out. Rhymark still has his ultimate online if he's going to be wanting to use that. He's going to be able to take down Sam as well, so Mind.Hive might be able to flip this fight around on DayDream. They're going to be looking to get this cap at around 25%. Although Paracelsus is getting some damage in and Blink able to take down one, is going to be taken out of his ultimate and killed in the process. Ninja Monkey is doing a very good job of stalling here for DayDream. He's able to take down 2. still possible for DayDream to win as they do get the res off on Blink, but Ninja Monkey and Partly Cloudy are going to fall in return for that. Valkyrie has coming out for air attack. Andrew's also switching over to that Zenyatta, but that shatter should be enough to seal the deal here. DayDream just trying to keep people alive on point as long as possible, but 47% is going to come, and Mind.Hive is going to take the point.
Yeah, I mean, I was about to give a tale of overcommitment on DayDream. They use so many ultimates for not a whole lot, and then they just were able to stall for 20 extra percent, which is tangibly worth it in that regard. It's still going to be very difficult for them to get back in. Mind.Hive are going to have a tank ult and a DPS ult to try to stave off DayDream's next couple attacks, and they're going to have to play very smart. A pick on Andrew early, though, is very helpful to their efforts to take this point back.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like Airtrek is going to be able to get the res off. Andrew's just going to have to be respawning. Paracelsus is taken down, but Hekugen has fallen as well, so it's even trades so far. Partly Cloud is going to pop there. Valkyrie, see if they can potentially get a res out, but Saturn has been demeched and taken down by a Hinson, so still anybody's fight, but DayDream has flipped the point back over, but Infinity has found two, so this flip might not last for too long as the rest of DayDream are being swept up by Mind.Hive. DayDream are going to get 2/3 of the way to the cap.
Yeah, just a really solid re-engagement by Mind.Hive, just letting him take the point, and then coming back in, giving him, it was 20%, I believe, and they're going to equal that probably in the middle of this next fight. However, DayDream coming up on 4 ultimates, and Ninja Monkey getting taken out. That's not good towards those 4 ultimates. But trading Tekugen's life for it is not useful here, especially because Sam gets picked off as well, so that's not resable, I believe.
Yeah,
very difficult. Oh, no, they do get the res at least off on Sam, but Ninja Monkey has to take a long walk back from spawn.
Saturn is going to get his bomb, but is not going to use it to remech here. The Transcend is coming out from Paracelsus to save himself. Going to have to get to Blink pretty soon. The ultimate coming out from Ninja Monkey, not able to find anybody. Blink has copied the McCree, but he's not going to be able to get any kills with that high noon. Saturn has fallen as well. I think like a very dominant control here for Mind.Hive as they're passing around 93%. So Mind.Hive should be able to close this out soon. Ninja Monkey trying to get some kills, but now somebody's going to have to touch. Gonna have to be Sam. He does get that touch off in time, building up on those mines as well, be able to drop those in, but Partly Cloudy is gonna be taken down. That's a big source of healing out of the way. Bomb from Saturn isn't gonna find anybody, and Sam isn't able to build up those mines before he's taken down. Blink is able to touch, but at the cost of his life. Ninja Monkey trying to get something done. Paracelsus is able to trade out one, but is gonna pay with it for his life. Ninja Monkey now on the point alone, forcing out recall. Partly Cloudy is gonna have to get back to his tracer very quickly, but it's not likely to happen, and it's gonna be overtime ticking down, and Mind.Hive are going to be taking a 2-0 lead as soon as the last staggers are taken down. Ninja Monkey and Sam are down. Partly Cloudy falling off the maps, now just getting rid of Saturn. Blink is back on the point. He's trying to stall for as long as possible, see if more come back, but he's going to be beaten up in the corner. Mind.Hive are going to take a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of brutal for DayDream. Nothing that they really wanted to do for the entire round was able to be done. Mind.Hive just kind of stifled it completely. And I think it's just kind of maybe a testament to kind of the difference between our two leagues. But of course, we know that that's not all we have. We still have another map to play, and I think that they have enough adaptability that they can come back in here and make enough changes to potentially make this a series.
Yeah, DayDream, they put up a pretty good fight on that second round. Weren't able to put up a similar fight in Night Market, but I think if you're DayDream, you got to be happy with how you performed, especially on the second map. You're able to get about 2/3 of the way of the cap, and you put up a lot more of a challenge for Mind.Hive. And I think if you can build on that into this next one, I think that can be a big momentum boost for DayDream if they want to turn this series around.
Yeah. I believe we're waiting on the next map right here. I believe it's Hybrid is our next map.
Yep, and it's also going to be DayDream.
So we'll be waiting on that. Yes.
So DayDream is going to be trying to make their map pick to try and give themselves something to come back onto Mind.Hive with, probably going for a comfort pick. It is hybrid, so we could see King's Row coming out. That's some of the best, some of the most classic Overwatch has been played on King's Row, so we could be seeing something like that from DayDream.
Yeah, that might be what they want to do. I mean, I don't think Mind.Hive has any substitutes for today's match, so I believe it's only what DayDream wants to do here, and they might have maybe a game plan with some of their substitutes to come in and play a different one. It really depends on how they want to counterpick, really, what Mind.Hive wants to do, since they can't make those substitutions.
Yeah, Mind.Hive kind of have themselves in a corner where they can't switch any of their players, so they can't have somebody come in who's a specialist for a certain. They kind of have to just stick with these 6, and what they get out of them, they can get out of them. But still waiting on that map pick, I believe, from DayDream to be getting into that pretty soon. It's looking like King's Row is going to be the pick, so I predicted that correctly, and it's like some substitutions are becoming as well.
Yeah. Yeah, so we have 2 substitutions. It's Burr in for Sam and Fanta in for Partly Cloudy. Those are our 2 subs. And yeah, King's Row, I mean, you called it earlier. King's Row is kind of the quintessential map of Overwatch. And I think it's fine. I think it kind of, like, I wouldn't say it plays necessarily into what Mind.Hive wants to do. Though they do like their tank compositions. So, yep. You know, kind of rough in that regard. However, I think it's still fine for what they want to do here. So I think it'll be good for them. And I think we'll be getting in a game shortly. And we will see how these teams want to address this. It looks like it'll be Mind.Hive on the attack first.
Yep, Mind.Hive are going to have their chance at the offense first. DayDream going to be defending, so Mind.Hive trying to get themselves a win condition, but the early picks in this composition look like they might be going with some sort of Bastion cheese with the Sim teleport, but they could always change that in spawn. But pretty standard comp coming out from each team with the Ryan and the Zarya and the Ryan and the D.Va for DayDream. The support compositions are different for both sides. They are mirroring the Lucio, but it looks like potentially going with a much different composition on the offense. May and Torbjorn have the Bash Symmetra, so interesting to see what they end up finally going with. And Attack Torb is something that isn't seen very often.
Come on, play it. You know you want to. Oh yes, here it comes. All right, we do get the Attack Torb. I mean, I think they're going to be trying to rotate around this statue, try to get through and play aggressively. They already take down the Immortality field. And I mean, they just want to try to make a point presence. You really don't with this composition. You'd rather not have to go to the hotel, but it's something they will do if they have to get some space.
Yeah, Technigan going in deep with the charge is going to be cut off a bit from his team, but Ninja Monkey is now cut off. It's going to be taken down by a turret, and it's going to be Mind.Hive picking up 3 kills. They're likely going to be taking this first point with relative ease. They've taken down the majority of DayDream, and Mind.Hive had a very high prediction rate for this map. Not really surprising after such a good first.
Yeah, I mean, you could see a lot of the small angles that have to come into play. Teku gets to basically completely cuts off Ninja Monkey and the rest of his team. And everyone else from Mind.Hive charge in using Rymek's Ice Wall as effectively a Rhyme Shield temporarily, so that they can cut off Ninja Monkey and then cut off the rest of the team and just take them out systematically. Fantastic play from them. We also see already another quick engagement, takes down 2, and they're already forced to retreat again, so they get this cart rolling and can make a lot of progress really fast.
Yeah, Infinity was the only one to use their ultimate in that fight and is already 38% to his next one, and the rest of his team has their ultimates online. Such a far push up for Mind.Hive. They've gone essentially to the spawn doors of DayDream, and they're still getting up in this position, having their Ana just sit back on cart, pushing and providing heals from afar. But it's gonna be Ninja Monkey popping that high noon, the speed in with the Rhine shield is gonna be able to take down Hinson, and the Torbjorn is down with the turret. Reinmark is gonna pop in that ultimate nano boost, and Beat are also dropped at the same time. It's really Mind.Hive can come back into this fight as they've already taken down 2. There's gonna be an even fight so far, and Mind.Hive still have a lot of ultimates to use. They still have 3 online. Gonna be DayDream now coming up on that window. Gonna be see if they use that Infinity, dropping in the Graviton Surge, and I think that's his second one used before Saturn has even built up his first one. Mind.Hive are gonna be rolling into second point with 4 minutes in the time bank.
Yeah, I mean, even more because they're going to get time for it. They're at 5:30 right now. And honestly, it's kind of brutal for Saturn. Saturn was in the middle of the fight and got killed by his own right click. So he just lost a lot of opportunity to get his grab and potentially flip the fight around. He does have it now, so we will get to see this engagement here. It's just completely blocked by Rymek's Ice Wall. Fantastic Ice Wall play there. From Mind.Hive.
Hinson's gonna drop in his Molten Core, trying to create some space. Paracelsus is gonna respond, and the hammer kill coming up onto Ninja Monkey from Hinson. Andrew is going to die though, so there should be Mind.Hive retreating out. They have lost their Torture as well, so now disadvantage in numbers. It's gonna be Rymarks getting kind of cut off here. Tech again could be going for a shatter here if he sees a window of opportunity. The rest of his team is now here. That's in charge for Tech again, trying to get into a weird position on this Mega Pack. It's gonna be coming around now, still looking for that shatter. Seeing if he can get one over on Burr. Coming up one of his own, but Ninja Monkey able to take down Infinity. Tech again dropping the shatter, and it's big enough to get Ninja Monkey down. It's gonna be Burr falling as well, so that's 2 down now for DayDream. Mind.Hive with a 1-man advantage, Blink taken down as well. Sanchez committed the beat, but it's not gonna be enough to save Blink. And now it's gonna be the panic switches coming in. Ninja Monkey has gone over to the onto the Doomfist. Burr is coming in on the ball, but it's gonna be not enough. Mind.Hive have already taken down so many. The Blizzard coming down as well. Burr will eventually be caught in it and frozen out. 4 minutes and 8 seconds in the time bank for Mind.Hive.
Yeah, I mean, I think generally speaking on any map, if you get more time in your starting time bank than you do, like, you end the map with more time in your starting time bank, you're doing pretty well for yourself. And except maybe some Toop CP map. But having 4 minutes in the bank already is just fantastic, being through your first attack. Just a great aggression by Mind.Hive. Great. I don't think they've really solidly lost any single fight in that entire first round.
Yeah, you have to play pretty perfectly to get an extra 8 seconds on the time bank, especially on King's Row. That last point can kind of become a 2 CP type map where the spawn advantage is so much, but DayDream able to wipe out the entirety of, or Mind.Hive, sorry, able to wipe out the entirety of DayDream before they can get that stall in. I mean, like, a similar comp coming out from Mind.Hive, sticking with what got them that 4-minute time bank, and DayDream are looking at potentially the exact same lineup as well. And it's going to be interesting to see if they're able to get something out of that they weren't able to find in the first defense.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly think if you're DayDream right now, you kind of have to play with the same amount of aggression that Mind.Hive was playing with. Otherwise, you're just not going to be able to kind of keep up. I also think it'll be interesting how they can play around this compositional difference. They do have the immortality field with the Baptiste rather than Mind.Hive running an Ana. If they can make that very useful, it could be the difference maker.
Yeah, Baptiste, especially with that immortality field, is able to get so much done and grab and fire strike through a window. That can also do a lot of damage. Burr getting aggressive here early. The wall's going to come out, trying to cut off that Reinhardt from the rest of his team. It's going to be Blink falling first, though, to Infinity. Saturn quick afterwards, so this is going to be looking like a fight win for Mind.Hive, and Hinson has the bigger hammer, I guess, compared to Burr's, and is able to get him down with a hammer kill.
That's great. I mean, yeah, the DayDream had a very interesting rotation, very nice cohesion with their team, and then Mind.Hive just used the wall from Rymek to just completely shut down the push because they had to try to scramble to save Burr with the immortality field and whatnot. And then by that point, Blink's already dead. They kind of do the same thing here, just from on the other side of the statue. They already have to scramble, but they do get a kill on Decagen, and now the tempo of the fight's really changed in favor of DayDream.
Yeah, Ninja Monkey able to get the first kill onto the Reinhardt, no main tank, so we're gonna be able to have free reign here as he's coming up on that Shedder, able to take down Air Trek, so that's a healer down. Andrew's also gonna be taken down as well, and that's just gonna be a team wipe for DayDream at the end. A little bit unnecessary was that window, but not gonna be costing them too much, as especially in this brawl type composition, that's pretty much a cooldown.
Yeah, I mean, again, that tempo difference. Once Teku died, they all had to kind of scramble for safety because they don't have a giant wall, except for a one-time use from Rymex, and you do not have that use of Immortality Field either to keep yourself up behind that wall, which just allows them to.
Goodness!
Oh, brutal!
Teku again able to get the main tank difference. It's gonna fall, but he's gonna get an entire team wipe for his team, and that's one ultimate getting 6 kills. That's quite a lot of value from Teku again.
I mean, it's not just, keep in mind, it's not just one ultimate for 6 kills. It's one ultimate for control of the arch, which we know can be a very brutal place to hold for the offense. So getting that early is just fantastic.
The Molten Core grab is going to be coming out from Hinson and Infinity. Not going to be able to get too much done with that. Are going to be handling the Torbjorn as well. He's pulled out the hammer, it looks like, trying to get Paracelsus, but grab coming out from Saturn. Ninja Monkey able to find 2. Paracelsus able to wrap up some more kills, and Mind.Hive are going to pay with their aggression. DayDream now with the wipe.
Yeah, I mean, they do get to break this hold on the arch, because Mind.Hive are pushing up a little bit too far for the arch hold. But you're going to be able to get the cart moving at least beyond this corner, which blocks off that potentially brutal, just time waster of archway. It's going to be important to see if they can be, if they're going to be aggressive. We already see Saturn taking a nap, has to get all of the resources. They trade off blizzards, but it's kind of a positive thing right now for DayDream. They trade 2 for 1, and they keep the cart moving, which is really what they want here.
Yeah, and Mind.Hive still staying in this fight. DayDream getting a bit aggressive. They've left the cart behind, but Fanta able to trade down the Zaryas, and Andrew falling as well. This should be DayDream giving themselves a pretty good position to get into second point. It's going to be down to killing this Reinhardt with the Lucio on him. It's going to be Ninja Monkey trying to get some work in there. It's going to be the beat drops from Air Trek, but Paracelsus is up on the high ground behind, able to get into enough fire to let Ninja Monkey take down Tech again. They're going to be such a dominant position here. Burr able to take down Rymarks as well with the help from the stun of Ninja Monkey. Is going to be the overload coming out, but not enough to prevent him from dying to Ninja Monkey. There's still a contest on cart. It's going to be Air Trek, but it's going to be paying for it with his life. 2.5 minutes is what DayDream has as they're coming into third point. Tekugan is still alive, but is going to be taken down before he can retest.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting to show kind of his timings in Overwatch. Tekugen and Air Trek and Burrell died at the same time at a couple fights, like during the same fight. But because the Lucio died along with the main tank, Teku got to be at the fight earlier, and then Teku immediately runs into the back line of DayDream and gets killed for it because there's no resources for him because the fight's breaking down. And I think it's maybe a bad communication mistake trying to get resources and that just really weren't there for him. But that just gives DayDream point 2, and they keep this cart moving as they're on the verge of tapping for point 3.
Big shatter from Burr to counter that from Teku again. It's going to be the Blizzard coming out as well from Blink with the help of the beat from Fanta. This should be enough to get things done. It's going to be Ninja Monkey getting booted off of the map, both Blizzards out, and it's going to be the grab coming in from Infinity trying to even things out, but Saturn responds with one of his own. It's going to be Big finding 3 in it. It's going to be Saturn taking it down Air Trek. Now it's just going to be down to dealing with the ball, really. But Burr is kind of left alone here. There's not very many members left for DayDream to wrap things up, and it's going to be Mind.Hive coming back in the clutch and able to secure the fight win on the defense.
Yeah, I mean, just... it's exactly what you needed if you're Mind.Hive. You needed to have that stopgap. And the problem here, though, of course, is that you're making such drastic changes to your compositions with your DPS, and you have lost your tank both movements. So you don't really like you're.
Really aggressive charge coming in from Tech again, able to take down Burr off the back of it, and Mind.Hive again with a solid defensive hold. Those composition switches aren't slowing them down in the slightest.
Not at all. I mean, we saw Teku, it was basically at 0% ult charge. And I was really kind of alluding to Teku there, mainly when I was saying their ultimates are poor. Because, oh, hey, look, Ninja Monkey's close to ult. Blink's like 75 to ult. And Cletus already has ultimate. You don't really want these abilities to go off. They immediately take out Ninja Monkey, charge in there, and give DayDream no incentive to use their ultimates at all because they're already down a person and they're not going to win this fight. And now they already have a shatter to now answer the shatter that Burr's going to get.
Paracelsus falling early with the help of the anti-infinity, getting the final blow though. It's going to be he popped the window before he died, but they're not going to be pushing much more in off that. But Airtrek dropping in his ultimate Ninja Monkey as well. Saturn falling, so it's looking like Mind.Hive are going to still hold strong here. Primark's going to be able to take down Ninja Monkey in the end of this fight, and with 47 seconds left, it's not going to be like, oh, that's a inspirational shatter coming out from Burr. It's going to be taken down. No follow-up is going to be available. Now they're just kind of using ults, and there doesn't seem to be much value coming out of them. Saturn and Blink really the only ones with their ultimates, and Tech again dropping his shatter in the spawn doors. It's going to be a challenge for DayDream to even touch, much less finish.
Yeah, I mean, it's a brutal kind of waste of a shatter. Like, we love to see the powerful shatter that takes out a bunch of people, but it doesn't really matter if you just get immediately killed and no follow-up happens.
Ooh, Hinson with the 2K onto the supports. That's likely going to be it. Bob wrapping up some kills, and nobody's going to even be able to touch as there's a team kill with 5 seconds remaining. Mind.Hive are going to be taking 2-0, and they're going to be sending DayDream out of the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to say that's the A-League difference. Again, I think I said that at the end of map 1, but they just had a lot better cohesion as a team. They knew when to aggress, and they knew how to punish DayDream's more passive style whenever they were trying to deal with Mind.Hive's aggressive play. And I think it's just a very, very solid play there.
Yeah, I think Mind.Hive really came out. They had some slip-ups on the defense, but in the end, were able to close things out when it mattered most. They're going to be moving on in this tournament, not getting knocked out quite yet, and it's going to be the end of DayDream's Cinderella story here, as they have been taken down early in the tournament, losing in their first match and then getting taken out in the first match of the losers bracket. But we still have one more match for you here tonight. So, yet Mind.Hive taking the 2-0, they will be moving on in the losers bracket.
Yes, they will be playing PXP for the final person in the to make it out of group stages. And they've played already before. They've already played. They played during week 3, and it was a 2-1 for Mind.Hive. So I think it'll be very interesting when we can get into that. I think we'll be taking a break between then and now, so we can talk more about that matchup after this break, I think, if I'm mistaken.
Need someone to come reconstruct it. You know you got it back, and I got it back. We got it back. Now we're back to that feeling we never had. Just pretend. Catalyze the catatonic mind. Give it life until it burns too bright, burns too bright. Consume whatever's left inside. Under cover of night, put the past out of sight. We both knew it wasn't right. That's what happens when you sleep with a matching. And that's what happens. And that's what happens when you sleep with a matching. And that's what happens. When you sleep with a matching. You get burned. I just
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We have our last match of the day. It's gonna be Punk X Passion versus Mind.Hive. Mind.Hive just came off of their win versus DayDream in the losers bracket. Now they're gonna be facing off against Punk X Passion, 10 seed versus 13 seed. I'm joined yet again by Salsa. How are you feeling going into the match?
Good. I mean, I feel kind of tense. I can't imagine what Mind.Hive's like, because they just had to play. They had to play a somewhat close match against DayDream, and now they have to play Punk X Passion. They've already played before. They played during week 3, and Mind.Hive took that 2-1. But we know that Punk X Passion gets better over time. Every team gets better over time, but Punk X Passion's much more than others. They've ran teams close. There's a reason why they took Tiebreaker, who's already in the playoff bracket. They won that match. They have a lot of potential here. It depends though on if they can really convert that, just like they did before. And I think they can here. I think, especially because Mind.Hive's already kind of maybe a little bit worn out mentally, they could capitalize off of that. On the other hand, Mind.Hive have kind of already have that their ways to win ingrained in their head right now because they've just been playing for the past 30 minutes or so, and I think that'll be kind of important for to see how things go differently in this matchup. We'll be starting on Lijiang Tower, I believe. If we'll be getting into the game in a little bit, but I think players to look out for. Obviously, on Mind.Hive, we know players like Tekugen, Rymex, and Hinson, great players. Always have to watch out for them. On the other hand, we know that players like Noir and Wi-Fi on Punk X Passion are very good, extremely good. They are definitely who I would be looking out for if I'm Mind.Hive and I want to shut down the playmakers of PXP.
Yeah, and it's like we should be entering the game pretty quickly. Both teams are ready. It's gonna the control center is gonna be the first map of this round. Punk X Passion versus Mind.Hive. Like you said, Mind.Hive just came off of that win versus DayDream. It's gonna be interesting to see if that gives them momentum coming into this, or if it's just drained them a little bit, and so they're gonna be forming it slightly lower of a level. But as you said as well, they did take the match win last time these teams faced off 2-1. Still a close match, so Punk X Passion trying to get some revenge for that and to not end their tournament run here.
I think we're gonna. I mean, I know that we've seen Punk X Passion. They're very good in this rush composition, so I think you're gonna want to see more, a lot of that. They kind of have this composition already set up for it. And Mind.Hive kind of likes to do the same thing. It's a very interesting thing what these teams like to do. In fact, actually, no, we have Infinity is on DPS and we have Hinson on tank, which is an interesting change from the last game. And we just see these teams kind of smash in here, but might have a bit more space than Punk X Passion, and Noir always been taken down.
Yeah, Noir has been taken down. Butters falling a bit low as well, but as that respawn is coming in, hopefully he'll be back with his team, but Butters falls in the meantime, and that should be Mind.Hive taking this fight when the turrets of Rymar's getting a lot of work done in there, and now they're gonna be able to take this first cap on Lijiang.
Yeah, I mean, again, those early picks from Mind.Hive just kind of enable them to make a lot more space and take the control of the point, but Hinson falling early is not really ideal for PXP, or not for PXP, for Mind.Hive, excuse me. Because PXP will get a lot more space, they get to teleport through and smash into some of the Mind.Hive players. They take down Andrew, but they trade out Azzy Jazzy for it.
Yeah, 3 players down now for Mind.Hive. Punk X Passion should be trying to make their way over to the point and flip this cap. Punk X Passion trying to get their first cap of this round. Mind.Hive just gonna be stalling as long as possible. Infinity is now down, and this is gonna be the next to fall, it would seem, as that immortality field has now fallen. Airtrek getting a bit in there, but the shatter coming out from Tekugen might be enough to flip this. Tiger coming out is able to find 2, but is gonna be trading out his life for it. Still in a base fight, but now 3 down again for Mind.Hive. Infinity able to get 1 with that tire, so could be turning the tides of the fight. Airtrek is gonna be taken down before he's able to get his beat up. It was like Punk X Passion is now gonna be taking the point.
Yeah, that's 60% for all that, which is just fantastic if you're Mind.Hive, even though you were losing that fight for most of that time. And there'll be a lot of ultimates coming online for Punk X Passion, and you have to use this wisely, make a lot of space with that. And they throw in the shatter as well, don't get anything from that, but they do get a pick off onto Hinshin, and it looks like they'll be able to hold off this Mind.Hive attack for now.
Yeah, Azzy Jazzy is gonna fall, and the window invested as well, so trying to turn that around. Andrew able to get the better of Butter, so now it's just gonna be the solo heals from the Lucio. Could be a weak point taken advantage of, and Hinson able to be taking down Wi-Fi. Still Mind.Hive in this fight. Going to be slowly trying to come back into this. Immortality field is now out of the way. Andrew's still a bit low. Nora's going to be dropping in that beat, but the shatter coming down from Tekugen is pretty big. Both Reinhardt's now down. JC's going to be taken out of his mech, and that could be a big turning point, but is able to find Andrew in that baby diva form, and Punk X Passion are be holding on. They were able to sustain that point capture, so now they're going to be rounding out with more than they'll capture the Mind.Hive pass.
Yeah, I mean, they're gaining now. They're ahead on the percentage, and they have a lot more ults in the bank that are about to come online. It's just massive if you're Punk Passion at this point. It's very likely that you'll win this round, as long as they can stay aggressive and kind of shut down Mind.Hive and the way they want to get in. We already see a tire coming out from Infinity trying to get some extra picks. They get Azzy, Jazzy, and Butters, and that can change the fight tempo right there in favor of Mind.Hive because of those 2 picks.
Yeah, it's gonna be up to Punk Passion to just try and stall out for a little bit longer, but now the 4 members are down. It's likely gonna be Mind.Hive with the firm control over this point. They are gonna be able to get overtime, so Punk Passion is only gonna have to win 1 more team fight, and they have 5 ults to do so.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's all you really have to play for is that's your win condition. Use your ultimates wisely and win 1 fight. But you really only have 1 opportunity, maybe 2 if you're lucky. If this doesn't if they get killed early. To really make that happen, so this will be it. And they have to shut down the support ultimates and the tank ultimates coming out from Mind.Hive.
Yeah, Mind.Hive has 4 online pretty soon, but that's 2 ultimates being dropped in early. As you guys, the also dropping in the Shatter. Wi-Fi is able to get 1 with that ultimate and is able to get another in the uppercut, and that's gonna be Punk Passion using their ultimates well and wiping out Mind.Hive. So they're probably gonna be taking this first round. If anybody from Mind.Hive can touch, that would be good for them, but it's going to be the overtime ticking down, and Mind.Hive are going to be taking the first point.
Yeah, just exactly what the game plan was supposed to be once they got the 99. Use their ultimates, win the fight. And that's what they did. And Punk X takes the first point on this best of 3 in, on Lijiang. But we're going to be heading to Gardens next. And I think this is going to be more of an advantage towards Mind.Hive now. We know that Infinity can play the they can play the Pharah, and they have a bit more of that dive-esque composition that they could run along with their rush style. While Punk Passion is more of a solid rush team that can get caught out.
Yeah, now the gates are going to be opening. Infinity is going to be on that Pharah. Should be able to get a lot done with that. So it's going to be the teams taking different routes to the point. Punk Passion going through that white room. Mind.Hive going down straight to point control are going to be getting that early point presence. Looks like we might be having some technical issues, but it's going to be Mind.Hive losing Hinson early in this fight, but going to be turning it around. Butters charging himself off the map, or Tekugan charging himself off the map to take care of Butters. Going to be Punk Passion now taking the first point control.
Yeah, we're currently looking at a bit of a slideshow over here, so it's hard to tell what we're casting. But yes, Punk Passion will take the first cap. But it looks like Mind.Hive are just completely butchering their re-engagement here. They're losing a lot of people, and they will have to be sent back to spawn for it.
Yeah, Tekugan dropping in that Shatter. Noir now dropping in the beat, trying to keep his team sustained. Butter's also dropping in his window, so that's going to be a lot of ultimates coming out, but it's going to be enough for them to hold on to this point as Mind.Hive continue to try and aggress. Isn't going to last long. The team kill bell rings, and Mind.Hive, they have their DPS ults. They're coming up on a tank and support ult, but that's really all they have to work with here. Punk Passion have that Blizzard and coming up on that Shatter, and those are going to be some big ultimates that Mind.Hive are going to deal with.
Yeah, that's kind of exactly what Mind.Hive wants to do to try to win this point back.
High Noon is going to be popped by Rymars early. Infinity also dropping in that barrage, but is going to be taken down by Wi-Fi. Noir has been taken down. Now Wi-Fi popping his ultimate. No heals left. Or the air track is going to be taken down. So now each team down a healer is going to be down just the Ana, and Mind.Hive is going to be losing him as well. So it's going to be Punk Passion still with pretty solid control here. Tekugan dropping in the Shatter is going to be able to take down Butters off the back of it. Chasey dropping in that bomb. going to be coming back into his mech. Mind.Hive are going to have to get something done here. Shatter dropped in by Azzy Jazzy. Both teams still have quite a few members online. Aquarius is going to be taken down by Infinity. He's falling very low, looking for his Mercy to get back to him. Chasing going to be taking down Tech again, but is going to be likely paying with that for his life. Mind.Hive aren't going to be able to really get control back, and as the time ticks down, it's going to be like Punk X Passion going to be taking this first match.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like just a little bit more stall, and that should do it.
Yeah, stall still coming out, and it's going to be Punk X Passion dropping in that Blizzard just to add the icing on top of the cake. Ultimate's coming out the last second, but it's not going to be enough, and Punk X Passion are taking 1-0 lead in this series over Mind.Hive.
Yeah, just a really solid play from Punk X Passion, being able to shut down the things that Mind.Hive wanted to do. Kind of letting their very aggressive play kind of beat out some of Mind.Hive's mistakes and just punishing their small errors in playing.
Yeah, Punk X Passion just coming out of the gate with a lot more aggression than I think Mind.Hive was ready to deal with. Punk X Passion is able to get so much done. They've been running some different comps compared to Mind.Hive. They saw that Doomfist like we saw in the play of the game, and Punk X Passion, they're not coming out of the gates slow. They're coming out with a lot of aggression, and Mind.Hive's gonna have to adapt to that.
Yeah, I think so. I believe, I mean, I don't think there's going to be, again, Mind.Hive don't have any substitutes. That was the same thing as before. I believe it's going to be Rain in for Azzy Jazzy, and that'll be the only swap. And Mind.Hive's the one who gets, who's going to pick the map. And I mean, I think I'm going to probably say it's probably going to be King's Row. I think Mind.Hive is going to definitely a team that would want to play King's Row to maybe take care of, like, to supplement some of their compositional differences and how they play this very aggro rush composition compared to PXP.
Yeah, PXP, they're gonna have to deal with Mind.Hive's map pick. They do have this 1-0 lead, so they're trying to close out the series now. Mind.Hive just fought to stay in this tournament. They might be getting knocked out of it now, and that's not how they want this day to end, obviously. Punk X Passion have this lead. They're trying to keep themselves alive in this tournament as well. It's going to be moving on to the actual playoff stages. This is groups right now. So Punk X Passion just trying to survive out of the groups.
Yeah. Give me 1 second, actually. Okay, I think we're going to Hollywood as the next map. I just had to check that. I think that's what we're doing next.
Yep, Hollywood should be the next one in. Just waiting on the teams to ready up, I think. Although they're saying they might be switching the map, so I'm not entirely sure which map is going to be this hybrid map pick for Mind.Hive, but Punk X Passion still trying to close this series out. They came out of the gate strong, and Mind.Hive is going to have to make some adjustments here. They can't make the substitution that Punk X Passion are able to, so they're kind of limited by the 6 members that they have out right now, and so it's gonna be up to the depth of their hero pool to see if they can make those adjustments.
Yeah, I think we might just have to talk with some of our like the staff to make sure that what they want to try to do is good. I think we're gonna toss it to a break so that we can just see what's going on in that regard.
Yep, so we should be heading to a break in a second before this second map.
And we're back. We just had to deal with a bit of rules jargon, so we dealt that out. So Jeff is substituting in for Hinson on Flex DPS, and we'll be heading to King's Row is the plan. And we'll be getting into game right around now. And I mean, I think I kind of predicted the King's Row plan earlier. I did not expect that they were going to go to Hollywood unless they got Jeff. But I mean, I think the addition of Jeff to the DPS line will be very helpful for Mind.Hive for the rest of this match.
Yeah, Mind.Hive now have some flexibility to make some changes in their composition, see if running more of a counter comp will work better for them. But it's looking like the lineups are going to be locked in here. It's going to be Mind.Hive on the offense first. Punk Passion is going to be defending. And now we're getting into the game. Seismic Jeff hasn't picked his hero yet, is the only one who hasn't done so yet, but they are on the offense, so they will have time to pick that. And it's looking like a pretty standard composition for Punk Passion, running that Mei, Ryan, D.Va rush that has become so popular.
Yeah, I mean, I think actually it's going to be interesting, as we saw last time, the difference of Mind.Hive running as Zarya and the other team, the defending team, running this D.Va, and if that'll make a difference here again, it'll be very interesting to see. But obviously, we know PXP likes to run this rush as well, and DayDream was trying to be more passive in this engagement, so it'll be interesting to see the difference in there.
Yeah, Mind.Hive are going to be running out on the mirror, going to be keeping Seismic Jeff on that Mei pick. He's going to be trying to get some walls to separate off for Reinhardt or maybe the D.Va. And Chasey is going to be falling to around half on the map. Mecha is going to be healed up by his team. Now the engagements are going to be coming out. Walls have come out, and still no fights or no kills have come out in the fight, but people are being taken out of mech, and that's going to be a kill early on to Reinhardt. He's going to be the first to fall. Punk Passion are going to be... sorry, it's going to be a Wi-Fi falling first. Now it's going to be Mind.Hive taking a pretty good control over this point. They're going to be capping first.
Yeah, I mean, just kind of a second verse, same as the first in terms of difference, like runs on King's Row for Mind.Hive. They win the first fight very fast, and both of their games today on King's Row. And nothing really changed in that regard. We see Punk Passion kind of waiting for their team to get ready. They're going to come on in and get ready to smash in.
Oh, Tech again with the shatter. It's going to be the immortality field coming out from Butters trying to save his team, but it's not going to be enough. Noir has fallen down, is now the lone healer remaining, and it's going to be Seismic Jeff dropping in that blizzard just to finish things off in this fight. That was such a good position. Tech again able to catch Punk Passion completely off guard, get 5 on their back, and that's going to be Mind.Hive cleaning up this fight.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a brutal shatter from Teku. Just here comes Punk Passion. They want to have a winning team fight, and they get completely shut down because Teku-Chen puts down the shatter right as soon as they turn that corner. It's just super smart heads-up play, and wins them the fight, and they're almost on the verge of taking point 2, and an incredibly fast rate once again, just like last time. They already lose Infinity though, which might slow them down here because they don't have access to that grab.
Yeah, it's going to be Aquarius dropping in the Blizzard, Noir dropping in the Beat as well. And it's looking like Mind.Hive are going to be losing this fight. They are committing in that Blizzard as well, trying to turn this fight, but it's not going to be enough as the rest of the team falls around Seismic Jeff. And now this is the worst place that you want to be stalled out if you're Mind.Hive. They have 4 minutes, but with such a far walk from spawn, this is the last place you want to be stopped.
Absolutely. I mean, it's the best time for Punk Passion to get that hold. However, for Mind.Hive, you do have a lot of ultimates. You have Beat, you have Shatter, and you have Grab, most importantly. Really, it's gonna do they stop this Grab before we have
yeah, big shatter coming down from Tekugen yet again, able to take down a couple off the back of it. Mind.Hive coming in with a lot of aggression here. So gonna be Tekugen swinging, has found quite a few in this fight. Another with the fire strike. Tekugen with 4 so far, I think. And that's gonna be Mind.Hive coming into third point. I say it's a bad place for them to get stalled out, and then the next fight they win it. Now they have 4.5 minutes to cap third.
I mean, I think Punkex Passion got a little too aggressive. Their aggression kind of backfired a bit there. They lost a lot of their advantage in they have a way to stop the grab. They trade out that bomb for the immortality field, kind of classic play. And here comes that grab, taking out 2.
Yeah, Infinity able to get 2. Rymark's also getting 1 off the back of it. And Punkex Passion, their defense just hasn't been solid so far. Mind.Hive has been rolling through. They're gonna have around 4 minutes left, and Punkex Passion, they don't really have any ultimates to come in here. They do have the beat, they do have the blizzard, but that's kind of it. And it's not gonna be enough to win them this team fight. Rymark's gonna be popping that high noon just to zone out here. Butters has taken down the immortality field of Andrew, who's gonna be dropping in his window. Now that blizzard comes out from Seismic Jeff, and Rain is gonna fall first. Mind.Hive still in pretty good control over this point with the help of that blizzard, but Aquarius is gonna drop his in, is gonna be taken out. Noir is dropping that beat window coming out from Butters as well. Is gonna have to keep the team alive on cart, but nobody is left standing. And Mind.Hive set a blistering pace with 3 minutes 17 left in the bank.
Yeah, I mean, just really solid play from Mind.Hive. It's exactly what we saw last time in their match against DayDream. Now we get to see though if Punkex Passion can match their attack, or if they're gonna just stumble like we saw DayDream do and just kind of fail at the very last moment.
Yeah, Mind.Hive have given themselves a very good window, or a very good foot in the door to get this second map and tie up this series. And the last time they faced off, it was a 2-1 in favor of Mind.Hive. Could be seeing a repeat of that if they're able to complete the reverse sweep. Punkex Passion gonna have to do something or gonna have to find something on this attack that they didn't have on the defense. Maybe they're just an offensive team for this map, and they're able to set an even better time bank. But a lot of momentum going Mind.Hive's way right now.
Yeah, I mean, we see Mind.Hive. They want to run off on this rush composition. Like it's the meta. We've seen it a lot. And I mean, I don't think we're gonna see a big change really going forward in how they want to play this.
Chasey, the only one not mirroring here for Punkex.
Well, Butters as well. Butters is on the nano.
Yes, has switched to that. So gonna be trying to get some value out of the nano, and Chasey hasn't really eaten anything, but there is a lot of potential with that, with the grab and the blizzard. But it's gonna be up to him to eat those. Hasn't been able to so far on the defense. Now on the offense, seeing if they can get themselves into better positions. It's gonna be Punkex Passion making an aggressive turn here. The wall is gonna come down, and that's gonna be stalling Punkex Passion. They're gonna be pretty much just moving around it. Now 2 picks have gone the way of Mind.Hive, and they should be holding onto this defense pretty well. It's gonna be Tech again with the charge. Gonna be able to take down Aquarius, and Punkex Passion haven't been able to get some momentum going here on their offense. Mind.Hive with a very good first hold, but Andrew falls late in that fight.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's so far a really good hold by Mind.Hive. They just they can find their space. Now Punkex Passion they'll get to move onto the point for free, and Mind.Hive have to re-engage. They already give up a free tick, which is obviously not what you want to do if you're Mind.Hive here.
Yeah, window coming down from Butters is going to be trying to keep his team in it, but Mind.Hive, it's really anybody's fight right now. Picks going each way. Mind.Hive has some ultimates, but Aquarius is able to shut down Rymarks before he gets his ult. Is going to be trading his life for it. Infinity able to get 2 kills in that fight, and that should be enough for his team to stabilize here.
Yeah, I mean, I think that if you're Punkex Passion, you don't mind necessarily going slow and just trying to get at the little bit of percentage as you can. They already have a tick, and they continue to kind of go at this pace. A nice kill on the side of to start off this fight is really good, especially without the Blizzard being a lot of crowd control.
A lot of ultimates being popped here, a lot of Qs being pressed. It's gonna be the big bomb from Chasey, able to find 2. This could be Punkex Passion's fight to win. Mind.Hive has lost most of their members, and it's looking like Punkex Passion, what started out as a bad team fight looking for them, is gonna be turning around with them capping first.
Yeah, and they will. So they're gonna start. They have 4 minutes 30 seconds to push the cart now, and I mean, I think they you do not want to allow Mind.Hive to just kind of make a nice hold of this archway. You really need to be aggressive here, and you have to use your DPS ults, which will be important to see how they can do this well. Wi-Fi getting into early right after using the high noon is absolutely not what you want to see, though.
Yeah, still the aggression coming out. The Blizzard drop by Aquarius is going to be Punk X Passion. I think they're kind of in control here, although there are ultimates that Mind.Hive can use to turn this fight around, specifically Reimark's Hard Noon if he can get a good position here. But it's going to be the beat coming out from Air Trek is going to be keeping his team alive in this fight just a little bit longer. Butters has fallen for Punk X Passion, so they're going to have to be down a little bit on heals. Is going to be able to take down Infinity, and Chasey has found 2 in this fight. Reimark's not able to get his ultimate off in the fight, and now it's going to be Punk X Passion pushing the cart a little bit more.
Yeah, they get past this archway, absolutely what you want to see if you're PXP, and now they get to hold it very aggressively here. And they get to get bullied down TekuGen. They have to TekuGen only lives because of the mortality field. Remax gets to now pressure PXP back because of the high noon and probably break Rain's shield here.
Yeah, TekuGen does have that shatter, so they're going to be focusing down on that shield of Rain. Wi-Fi has switched over to the Reaper at some point and is now coming up on his ultimate. Shatter's gonna be coming down from TekuGen. The window is gonna come out in response. TekuGen's not gonna survive that fight for very long. Aquarius able to take him down. Another Graviton Surge coming out, able to catch Chasey on that wall. But the beat comes out in response. Not able to eat the Blizzard is Chasey. He's gonna opt to drop in that Diva Bomb instead. Able to find nobody with it as the ice block was good enough for Seismic Jeff to stay alive. The rest of his team was able to find cover, and Rain with the big fire strike burning through 2 members of Mind.Hive. That should be enough to give themselves some momentum in this fight. Rain has that shatter built up off the back of it, isn't going to be using it. Wi-Fi now has built up his ultimate as well, and Rain finds another one, swinging his hammer through the body of TekuGen, able to take him down, and Punk X Passion are finding a life on the second point.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a really great play on the second point here. Gets to cap. They will have a worse time bank, just by definition, but they have a huge ultimate advantage, and there's a real possibility that they can just roll through this in 1, maybe 2 team fights, and get us to a round 3.
Yeah, Wi-Fi looking to set up with his ultimate, has Chasey there to DM him as well. Wi-Fi is going to be falling low, going to be putting a stall to that plan for a second. Rain looking for a shatter, potentially Wi-Fi dropping it in, but is going to be taken down with an icicle straight through the skull. Is going to be shutting that down. Air Trek is dropping his beat. Rymarks has also dropped in his ultimate. Rain is going to be found the better of by TekuGen. Is going to trade his shatter for it in that fight as well. And now it's just Punk X Passion in full retreat.
Yeah, I mean, that's the opposite of what you want for PXP. You use a ton of ultimates for no gain, and now Mind.Hive has all the resources they need to win the upcoming team fights. Having to inject some resources into saving Teku after getting blocked by the wall is not what you want, and Teku will fall because of it, which is a lot of resources taking out. In fact, like basically every single ultimate Mind.Hive had is now being used in this fight that they could have won, and they were winning until Teku kind of had to get caught out early. So just a very unfortunate timing for Teku to get caught out there.
Yeah, Wi-Fi was able to find 3 in that fight, and that's exactly what his team needed in it. Now it's Mind.Hive coming in. They're going to have that shatter. Is going to be their biggest ultimate online. Is going to be dropping it in, but the Diva Bomb going to be coming in from the back. Not able to find anybody. Rain has found the better of TekuGen, piercing him through with that charge. Is going to be both immortality fields out now. Aquarius able to find Air Trek, and Infinity is dropping in that ultimate as well. Is going to be taken down, but Wi-Fi and Chasey have lost their lives in the process. Rymark's able to take down Noir. It's up to Butters to heal his team up, and Aquarius is going to fall. Just not enough healing from that Baptiste alone. Rain is going to be taken off the map as well, and now Punk X Passion only have 1.5 minutes left.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just where hard reset has to be called and just has to come in. But I mean, I think it's still a very winnable map for PXP. They just have to be aggressive and make sure that they can get this point capped before too much time is lost, because eventually they'll have to be on the in looking for a draw if they don't cap with any time left.
Yeah, Punk X Passion need to finish with at least a second left on the clock. They're going to have to get it off the back of Range Shadow. That is the biggest ultimate that they have online. None really to respond with, but Mind.Hive able to take down Wi-Fi early. That's going to be a reset as they can't really push in without their Reaper. Mind.Hive going to be pushing up, trying to find some stragglers as Punk is in full retreat. Mind.Hive now in a very good position. 38 seconds left and quite a bit for Punk X Passion to push.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just though trying to get stragglers. It's also there's now a huge distance between where they need to be and the cart, and now this Blizzard's stalling for even more time. Even if they get to the point and win the fight, they don't have the time left to really even cap. They're looking for a draw at best.
Yeah, Punk X Passion now 17 seconds left. They do have somebody on cart, but Aquarius is gonna be taken down. Not exactly the smartest move, as somebody's gonna have to get in position to touch. Andrew is gonna put out that wall just to try and zone, but Wi-Fi is gonna teleport up and take him down. He's coming down with his ultimate, is gonna be taken down early though. Shadow's coming out from both sides. Rymark's popping his ultimate as well. Tekugan is found too, and that should be Mind.Hive closing it out here. They've now tied up the series 1-1.
Yeah, just really solid play from Mind.Hive, doing exactly what they did last game. Just dominate on this on their version of Rush on this map. They've clearly practiced, and that's great to see. And they knew what they wanted to do here. And now we get to see the counterpick from PXP. I think this will be much more interesting for what PXP want to try to do, because I believe our last map will be Escort, and they've done some nasty things on Escort that I've seen in some of their games. It'll be interesting to see what they opt to do going forward. I don't know if they make any substitutions here. It depends on really what map they want to decide on going on. But I think I don't think there was a huge main tank diff overall. So I don't think you necessarily need to swap out Rain for Azzy Jazzy in this map. What is your opinion?
Assuming like Mind.Hive aren't going to make any subs, so Tekugan going to be staying in, and Seismic Jeff as well, not going to be switched out for Hinson, but Azzy Jazzy could still be subbed in. I think Rain held his own against Tekugan, but in the end, I think Tekugan got slightly the better of him. Again, not really a main tank difference, as that could just be down to the support that each Reinhardt is getting. I think Mind.Hive definitely had a better team around them to finish out to get the most value as possible. And I think that, like you said, it wasn't really a main tank difference. I think it was more of just the team around Tekugan was firing on all cylinders, and Punk X Passion just wasn't at that level, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to see what the game plan is going forward. And I mean, if we look at Escort maps, what really complements, I think, PXP's play? They play a very aggressive rush composition. That's what they do best. So what would you think if you're trying to pick the map? What would you kind of want to do? What do you think is the best rush Escort map?
If I'm thinking rush and I'm going on Escort, I'm probably trying to avoid the sniper heavy maps. I'm trying to avoid Havana. I'm trying to avoid Junkertown. Rialto, you can run really any sort of composition that you want. So Rialto could be coming out. Wouldn't be surprised to see that. But Dorado isn't a map that it sees much action. It feels like definitely not one of the more favorite maps of players, but that could also come out. I think it's unlikely that we're going to go to Junkertown or Havana though.
Yeah, I'm taking a quick look at their map, like their map history, and to see where PXP has succeeded on their Escort map. I mean, they've won one game on Havana against Mind.Hive. They've won on Gibraltar, and they've won. That's actually it. I don't think they won any today. I'm not 100% sure on that, because that's not in. I don't think that they did, but I believe we are still waiting on actually what map's going to be selected. I don't think it's been shown to us.
Yeah, still waiting on the X, I believe. But again, the last map for these teams, it's gonna be Punk X Passion's pick, and I think it's gonna be Rialto, looking like coming out from them. So, gonna be a lot of comps can be run here. You can run the rush. You can run some snipers if you're Mind.Hive and you want to see if you can create some distance between your team and the brawl that Punk X Passion is gonna run. Could see a Roadhog, especially on that first point. That's what I insta-lock, but I'm also not the greatest tank, so could be seeing a variety of different strategies coming out here. But it's gonna be up to Punk X Passion to really set the tone here, and if they're able to do that, I think they can really get themselves back into this series and try and hold off the reverse sweep from Mind.Hive.
Yeah, I mean, you want to see. I mean, I think it'll actually be really interesting to see what Mind.Hive want to do to counterplay on the Rialto pick. Are they going to stay with their kind of version of rush, and just trying to kind of do a rush diff against PXP, or are they going to play dive and try to just kind of have good target selection to shut down all of the rush that PXP want to do? Or are they going to do some other kind of just like stall composition, just to try to just make a point presence and then stay there forever? It'll be interesting to see what they want to do there.
Yeah, PXP are going to be on attack first, so they're trying to get their if they're able to get a good offense here, they can really set the tone for this map, get themselves some solid momentum going in. And I think Mind.Hive, if you're on a roll, you kind of want the defense. You want to give yourself that win condition that you know you have going into offense, no matter what that be. It's a lot easier to play with a single win condition in mind than when you have no win condition set out for you, and it's kind of just get to the end with as much time as possible. But Mind.Hive, again, on the offense here, Punk X Passion is going to be, or Punk X Passion is going to be on the offense, apologies, and Mind.Hive on the defense. So each team trying to get themselves a win early.
Yep, I mean, that's exactly what you want to see if you are, for that map selection, that map selection for BXP, that's exactly what your plan is going forward. We hope to see some good rush play from them to get this offense started off, but we still have a little bit of time before that. As we hop into game right now, and I think this is an interesting little setup. We see a lot of rotation coming around from Infinity, trying to potentially boop some people off. That might be interesting here. Though I don't, I guess, but you also don't want to really telegraph it by having air check play in the back. And here comes the rest of the team. They're just gonna rush in. Oh, this is gonna be very interesting. Mind.Hive can play around it.
Yeah, it's gonna be Punk X Passion now coming out of the gates right into the face of Mind.Hive's full hole. It seems like Tech again trying to get themselves, but he's gonna be trapped off by that wall. He's gonna be stunned up. He's gonna be saved by that immortality field, and both now out for each team. It's gonna be Chasey getting demeched over that pit, might fall into it, is gonna stay alive just barely. Now in the middle of the enemy team, it's now gonna be Rain pushing up, is gonna be punished by Air Trek, but now both Ryans are out of the way. Chasey has built up that remech, but immediately falling low in it is gonna be Punk X Passion, just trying to keep themselves on this point, trying to keep themselves moving. The wall to try and separate here is gonna be Rymark's taking advantage of that window, is going to be taken down by the fire strike from Rain, going straight through Rymark's there. It's going to be the rest of Punk X Passion cleaning up here with that headshot through the window, and it's going to be Punk X Passion getting a very solid control over this first point.
Yeah, I mean, exactly what you want to do if you're PXP. Just smash in to Mind.Hive and kind of make a statement there. Overall, it's just really solid play there.
Yeah, it's not going to be on Mind.Hive to re-aggress and retake the point. It's going to be the early window coming out. It's going to be Tech again trying to... A lot of ultimates coming out. Everybody seems to be pressing Q. It is going to be PXP getting the early kills in this fight. Rymark's able to take down Rain, but now both Reinhardts have fallen as Wi-Fi has taken down the counterpart in Tech again. There's going to be some more kills going the way, but PXP are still pushing the cart forward. Now 3 meters away is going to be the May of Seismic Jeff getting onto point at the last second just to touch. Is going to be trying to keep himself alive as long as possible for Mind.Hive to hold this point. Is going to be PXP still in this fight, trying to get the point. Shatter comes down. Is going to be from Rain. Tekugen is going to fall, and Comcax Passion is going to be taking this off the back of Butters with the 2 kills from the help of the Shatter. Is going to be Rain and Wi-Fi cleaning up some more picks. Everybody's just trying to stay on point behind Mind.Hive, keeping Seismic Jeff on there for as long as possible, but Punkx Passion now have 4 minutes going into second point.
Yeah, just really good. Like, again, this is what I was saying earlier. You want to see really aggressive play if you're PXP, if you want to win this, and that's exactly what they're doing. And Mind.Hive really are struggling to keep up necessarily. They've had to go through a little bit of just difficulties on holding these points properly, and it's good to see. We see Infinity also swapping from Zarya onto Diva a little while ago, and now it's kind of a big difference in the ultimate charge. Chasey's at 80%, Infinity's now climbing because of this aggressive push, but Tech is already down and they have to start retreating, and Jeff has to be holding off, uses the Blizzard just to kind of get out and make some space for the rest of his team to come back in. But you lost Rymex just at the benefit of them going down Rain. But now, some picks coming out for Punkx Passion to kind of salvage this team fight.
Yeah, Chasey dropping in, Aquarius also dropping in their ultimate. Both teams pretty even now. Tekugen, the last one on point for Mind.Hive, is falling a bit low. No healers left for him. Finny gonna be taking out a mech and sent off map. And now Punkx Passion, they built up quite a few ultimates, and now they're gonna be pushing in close to the end of second point.
Yeah, I mean, it's been just a really great push by Punkx Passion. They've made to be able to adapt. They get stopped with that Shatter though, and that'll make Rain lose his life. They trade off their immortality fields, but Mind.Hive is clearly ahead right now. But Tekken falls early, doesn't even get a chance to use the Shatter, and that could be the ticket that Punkx Passion need to get back into this fight.
Yeah, Wi-Fi will be taken out though by Seismic Jeff. Is able to take down Infinity's mech before he goes. Now just gonna be up to the individual plays here. Is gonna be Andrew dropping in that wall. Butters has not yet elected to use his. Rain and Tekugen fighting again on the front line. Noir gonna fall in that conflict. Now the Blizzard coming out from Aquarius, and lets him find Seismic Jeff and Tekugen. Icicles through skulls going on right now. Infinity's gonna be taken out of his mech. Airstrike's falling as well. Chasey absolutely on a tear right now. And so you like the Punkx Passion to be rounding into third point. They now have 3.5 minutes to take third.
Yeah, just cart keeps on rolling. There's not been a really clear definitive fight loss for PXP since the beginning of the map, and that's exactly what you want to do. Make the cart roll on Rialto, and Punkx Passion doing a fantastic job with that. Even when they're down some players, they can make the fight chaotic and just to get the wins they need.
That's gonna be the
mortality field blocks that bomb from having any significant effect.
Yeah, Blizzard coming out from Seismic Jeff is gonna be met with the beat from Noir. Tekugen and Wi-Fi now down with headshots through the skull. Rain falling as well, so now there's no Reinhardt's left on the field. Infinity gonna be dropping in his bomb, unable to find anybody. Airstrike has fallen. Is going to be Seismic Jeff using his ice block, but that's not going to be able to keep him alive in the fight for long, as he's going to be taken down with a melee right to the skull from Butters, able to take down Seismic Jeff. And now Punkx Passion still have this point control. They're going to be pushing the cart. They have this Shatter online as well as the window. That Blizzard coming out as well from Aquarius should be soon. Infinity going to have to eat that, but Butters and Andrew both dropping in their windows early. Both teams have that double damage through it. It's going to be Aquarius sending the icicle right through the window and right through the skull of Seismic Jeff. Tekugen falling as well, but now both Ryans are down. Ryan had used that Shatter. Chasey able to find 2 more. It's looking like Punkx Passion have gotten the fight win off the back of this Blizzard, and they have 2 minutes left in the time bank.
Yeah, I mean, just fantastic ways to roll through this point. It doesn't matter if your Ryan's dead if you keep winning, you know? So just great play. And we will see Mind.Hive now on the attack, trying to make up the difference in the time bank, since we know, I mean, large time banks are difficult to get on Rialto.
Yeah, Mind.Hive, if they're at least able to finish this map, they will be guaranteed a second attack, as a escort doesn't need you to have some time on the board if the other team has more than a minute in the time bank. Mind.Hive gonna have to find something here on the offense. They didn't really have much going for them on the defense. They had a couple fight wins, but weren't able to get anything substantial going. Every time they got a fight win, it seemed like it was immediately the next fight was a loss. So Punk X Passion were definitely on a roll there. It's gonna be up to Mind.Hive to get in their rhythm.
Yeah, we saw some interesting potential composition changes from PXP, and it looks like some of them will stick. They will play Aquarius onto, will be on Hanzo, and Chasey originally switched to Sigma just for a second there. I don't know if I like that. I don't know if I even like the Hanzo swap. I'll be honest with you. I think the Mei was just working out really well for them, and I think it would continue to work on defense. But Jeff on the road, or on the road, on the Junkrat, excuse me. Might make that actually a good swap, getting to use that long range a lot more.
Yeah, it's now going to be Mind.Hive not sticking with that Junkrat change in the end. Seismic Jeff is back on that. Mei kind of stuck in Mei jail, but Aquarius is going to be making that switch permanent on the Hanzo as they're on the defense, and now Mind.Hive trying to push up into the defenses of Punk X Passion. They're giving some space. They're holding this back high ground with Chasey. Is going to be Wi-Fi able to take down Seismic Jeff with the flashbang, blinding him forever. And it's going to be trading out his life. Tech again with the charged kill and rain falling as well. So Mind.Hive have given themselves some solid footing in this fighting. Tech again is going to fall though to the punch of Noir, and Aquarius with a headshot right through Air Trek is going to be enough for Punk X Passion to hold on here.
Yeah, I mean, we see how like just some of the compositional changes matter. Aquarius being able to get some long range damage, getting close to the Dragon Strike being very important overall for what their composition wants to do. They can play at a bit longer range and not have to deal with pressure from Tekken. Speaking of, the Ryans will trade, and we will see the Immortality Field getting taken out from Mind.Hive, which is not ideal. Wi-Fi getting taken out though is not graded either, and the rest of Punk X Passion starts to fall very quickly.
Yeah, Aquarius used his ult at some point there. I don't think it actually came off. I think Rymark was able to cancel it before it was taken out. He's now going to be switching over to the Mei, deciding that the Hanzo experiment has failed. So Punk X Passion has quite a few ultimates coming into this fight. They have 5. They're going to be popping some ults, but it's going to be up to them being able to touch it, and they aren't going to be able to. Rain charging in isn't going to be able to get there. The massive high noon from both sides. Rymark's taking down 2, but Wi-Fi with 4. Make that 5 now, but it's too little too late as that point has been capped. So Mind.Hive losing the fight, but they've gotten the cart progress.
Yeah. Lost the battle, won the war. It's really what happened there. They got the cart that they progressed that they needed to get the ticks and time banks, but they did lose the fight in the end. But that is not necessarily the end of the world. They stopped to get the kind of a rough hold on this bridge. Rain going down early though is not ideal here. Jeff getting taken out in response is at least helpful for this to continue to fight. Now here comes all the picks that Punk X Passion need. The loss of Wi-Fi is rough, but you now have a lot more tempo going in. You have your own Mei, which can slow down the rest of Mind.Hive's attack.
Yeah, Air Trek falling as well, so Punk X Passion looking like they're having control over this fight, but it's going to be Chasey taken out of the mech and killed. Aquarius also able to get a headshot, and it's going to be Butters falling off the map. Not many people left for Punk X Passion. Rain's going to be overwhelmed by the sheer force of Tekugen's hammer, and Mind.Hive still have 4 minutes on the clock, and they're getting some pretty solid progress here.
Yeah, I mean, I think we see just some fantastic play so far coming out from Mind.Hive, just trying to make some good pushes here, but Punk X Passion are equally kind of just being able to stifle them well, just holding them off. We see a bomb coming in, and nice block from Aquarius, but doesn't really matter. Still go get to their supports, and the fight will be over from that alone.
Yeah, Mind.Hive really finding their groove here. That's exactly what they needed to do. They're coming into third point with quite a substantial time bank, very similar to that Punk X Passion had. I think it's slightly less time, but Mind.Hive still having a very solid offense.
Yeah, I believe I think it's it might be slightly more. I'm not 100% sure. But I mean, one solid fight win from PXP will chop that down completely. Eat the Blizzard, which is pretty massive. And they get Night Shatter, and Echo will be down, and I think that the rest of Mind.Hive are just trying to get a little bit more card distance while they reset, because they've already lost Jeff as well. This fight is lost.
Yeah, Wi-Fi popping the high noon, a little bit questionable. Is able to find Andrew though with it. Is going to be pushing the rest of Mind.Hive back into their spawn. Punk Passion still have quite a few ultimates here online. They have the Beat and the Blizzard. Those are gonna be the two biggest ultimates online. Rymax really the only one with his ultimate, although the Shatter from Tekugen could find something if he's able to sneak it past the range shield. Chasey does have that bomb, gonna be trying to get something with that, potentially off the back of some of these other abilities. Wi-Fi is gonna be taken down, gonna be hit early, but the Beat is able to save the team, and Tekugen is gonna fall early again. Reinhardt's fall first every single fight, it seems like, and now that both supports are down for Mind.Hive, Punk Passion have really given themselves some solid footing on this defense.
Yeah, I mean, they are doing this the exact stall they wanted to do to get some of this distance between them and their time bank. Really, there's about a minute of cart movement just alone between where the cart lies now and where the cart has to be. So they basically equalize their time banks in the best case scenario. Teku getting picked off as well there just with the bomb is brutal. And means that more time will be lost for Mind.Hive just having to try to get to this point attack.
Yeah, Punk Passion just really coming alive on this third point defense. They've now taken about half of Mind.Hive's time out of the bank, and now it's going to be up to them to really push into this. They do have the window, and the Blizzard is going to be Wi-Fi popping his ultimate early, just trying to create some space, unable to find anybody with it. Seismic Jeff still has that Blizzard. That's going to be the biggest ultimate, but he's falling low. It's going to be important to keep him alive. Air Trick also falling relatively low. The Blizzard comes out. This time it's not going to be eaten up by Chasey. Raindrops in that Shatter, but he's going to pay for it with his life. Both Brian's again taken down. Even trades so far for both teams, but Seismic Jeff able to find that headshot onto Wi-Fi will be the turning point that they need in this fight. Andrew hasn't yet used his ultimate and Mind.Hive has built up another 4 ultimates in that fight. Now Seismic Jeff the only one without the ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, just really great coordination from Mind.Hive. They get that team fight win, which is absolutely what they needed. And now they come into this final stretch of Rialto. And I mean, Punk's Passion don't have a lot of work to work with. They have this Aquarius ultimate, and that's about it. They have to make good use of it as the cart phases through an ice wall. Just turns on no clip, and they already pick out Brain. They have Punk's Passion are down people, and it looks like this bomb should be able to do it as they just clear out the rest of the team. And this should be a fight win and a round win for Mind.Hive.
Yep, Mind.Hive with just over a minute on the time bank. Punk Passion with just less than 2, so each team giving themselves a solid bit of time to work with. Punk Passion obviously does have that time bank advantage. It's gonna be interesting to see if Mind.Hive can get some momentum rolling and really eliminate that advantage that Punk Passion have. Once overtime happens, it's really hard for the defense to get back. The spawns become longer, and if Mind.Hive can really get rolling here on the offense like they did on that second point, I think they can get themselves potentially a full cap.
I certainly think it's possible. I don't think it's likely, but I think it's possible.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's going to be, do Punk Passion keep up their defense that they had on the early parts of second, because the early parts of second, their defense there was really solid. I mean, their first was a little shaky. Like they had something at the first couple minutes, like the first little bit there it was good, and then they gave up first point because they were trying to go for a team wipe, and they did get the team wipe, also lost the point.
Yeah, it's looking like Punk Passion are gonna be holding close here, sneaking up on the right side of Mind.Hive spawn. All or 5 members here. Chasey gonna be on his own, it seems like, but if they can get a kill off of this, that could give them some momentum and the all charge that they need to really snowball this defense.
Yeah, I mean, it's not what Mind.Hive played at the original point. They already are rushing in. They already get some kills on Mind.Hive. Exactly what you want to see. That's exactly what you want to do. But Rain in the water, that's the opposite of what you want to see. You're down a Rhine, and even though they've won this fight, they have to disengage quite a bit because they've lost Rain.
Yeah, now gonna have to cede up a lot of space. Tekugen also has a significant ultimate advantage here. Double the charges Rain has. It's gonna be up to him to really even out that score. But now 30 seconds left. This is where Mind.Hive, if they can get a fight win here, this is where the card starts rolling. This is where the spawns start getting longer. Chasey is going to be trying to get something done on this D.Va. So 2/3 of the way to his ultimate for the 20% of Infinity. So ultimate advantage is going each way. Wi-Fi going to be popping his ultimate early, going to be sped around that wall. Not going to be able to find anybody with it, but it has created some important space. Chasey now has that bomb, is going to be dropping it in. No, but he's going to die to that. The immortality field is going to be forced out. However, Wi-Fi going to be able to take down Air Trek with that flashbang. Gonna be Infinity taking out a mech as well, but now it's gonna be 2 or 3 kills going the way of Punk X Passion. They've somehow taken this over. Mind.Hive not able to get things rolling, and Punk X Passion now have 2 minutes to move the cart 45 meters.
Yeah. Playoff life on the line for both of these teams. There is 45 meters that separate Punk X Passion from victory, but also 2 minutes that separate Mind.Hive from victory. Which comes first?
Yeah, it's gonna be, if Punk X Passion, they have about twice as much time as Mind.Hive had. If they can get something rolling here, if they can find the early kills, I think Mind.Hive, they can't really afford to hold close, which is what gave them, or which is what gave Punk X Passion so much of an advantage. But if you lose somebody there early, it's likely going to be all over if you're Mind.Hive. So do you want to take that risk? Is it worth it if you're able to extend out another fight? It's going to be interesting to see if they opt into that.
It looks like they won't be. However, at the same time, Mind.Hive's best defense on Punk X Passion's initial attack was on first point. Like they kind of crumbled after point 2 and 3. So it'll be interesting to see if that matters and that helps them out a lot. And we know that the first point of Rialto, just getting beyond that first corner is important. Being able to, that first corner can sometimes be a very brutal place to be held. And just getting there is really key for Mind.Hive to potentially have this very long defense that they need to have for the next 2 minutes.
Yeah, but the
it's do or die right now. Doors are open.
Doors are open. It's gonna be a complete compositional switch for Mind.Hive, really only keeping that Baptiste and the Reinhardt. Everything else gonna be switched over. Gonna be Punk X Passion rocking with similar things, but they've brought out Chasey and Wi-Fi on the ball and Vara respectively. Now gonna be just trying to break this bunker. Chasey gonna be rolling through, getting quite a bit of charge there as he's gonna be booped off the map though by the Ash. Rymarks and Tech again finding early kills in this fight. Punk X Passion now down 3 members already. This experiment might be failing, but they still have over a minute left on the time bank to make some changes here.
All right, so it looks like they're going to be committing more into this time composition. Rain swaps off. Butter is on to the Zen, and I don't know if I like this composition swap. I think you were very good at the rush composition, and I understand that it's hard to get through bunker. That's kind of what bunker wants to do, but I don't know if dive is necessarily what you want to do. It's difficult to dive all when everyone's grouped up in one place. You see Chasey going in and trying to getting some support from his team to just create chaos in Mind.Hive's backline. As the cart continues to push up, we're about 2/3 of the way there, about 15 meters away. Rymax is taking out Seismic Jeff also down there, down a lot of key players in this very critical time. 4 players fall for Mind.Hive, and that should do it. I think that's the ticket being punched in for Punk X Passion, and it is.
Yeah, Punk X Passion making those compositional switches. They are going to take the 2-1 win over Mind.Hive. A very close match from both teams. And I think if you're Mind.Hive, even though your season is over, you got to be happy with how you played.
Yeah, I mean, I like, you played well. I think sometimes it was a little unfortunate. Like, I think for instance, their play on certain weeks was unlucky. And obviously playing today just is unfortunate, but they did make a nice stand against DayDream, and they had a very competitive match today. I mean, I think that's going to be the end of our group, because that's it. We'll see Punk X Passion. They move on into the losers bracket of the main playoffs. They'll be fighting, I think, I don't actually know for 100% sure, because we have not. That relies on seeding for tomorrow's games. But it'll be interesting to see how far they can go if they make it past like losers 12th or losers 8th. But it remains to be seen.
Yeah, it's looking like we could be having some interviews here. We got a couple of PXP players. They have moved on in this tournament, so they obviously they did lose the first time they went up against Mind.Hive. The exact same score line, but this time it's gonna be them on the receiving end of the win. So we're gonna be getting Punk X Passion here in a second.
All right. All right. We have Aquarius, Butters, Rain, and Wi-Fi.
We have
Not quite everyone.
Oh, not quite everyone. Unlucky. But how y'all feeling?
Incredible.
Yeah, we're
Shaking.
shaking, yeah, would be a good word to use.
All right, it's great to hear. I mean, we wanna. I wanna ask a little bit because because it's probably fresh in your minds. But you've been always really known as a rush team. Why did you opt for this kind of a dive composition at the very end there in this last point? Where
Honestly, I was just like, I remember back to when in stage 2 Overwatch League in the grands, when people would play Rialto and people would go up there, I'm just like, you know what they beat? You know what they did to beat this? Go fucking Pharah and just boot them off. So I'm just like, I'm just gonna go Pharah. I was just like, I'm just gonna go Pharah, and then we swapped. And
I mean, it definitely worked well. And got your punch your ticket to main bracket. Otherwise, I mean, do you expect, I guess, going forward to? I don't know. I'm trying to struggle getting my words out. Maybe.
How are you guys?
Yes.
Yeah, how are you guys feeling about going into this next round? You guys clearly a big win today. Gonna be continuing your life in this tournament. How are you guys feeling going into the next couple of rounds?
I feel like we made quite a few silly mistakes today. Like, I don't feel like we should have lost against Majesty in the first place. We're going to put in the work over this next week. Hard VOD reviews, scrims. We're going to come back next week a completely different team, and we're not going to lose any matches.
I think the break we took between DayDream and Majesty really shook us up, and it shook me up personally. I was playing awful on May at like 3 ulti and
I will say this match that just happened, Rain has finally completed his anime redemption arc against Mind.Hive.
That is true.
Yeah, I mean, we were comparing earlier in the match when we were talking as if we introduced it. During week 3, you guys got 2-1'd by Mind.Hive, and this is kind of the revenge match.
Yeah, it was a revenge for everyone.
So, yeah, I mean, I don't know I have anything else because I can't generate what I wanted to say in words earlier. So once again, congratulations, and we will see you next week for main bracket.
Yeah,
Thank you.
His Mind.Hive played really well.
Yeah, good luck in your next rounds.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My head hurts so much. Oh my god.
I think we also might get some players from Mind.Hive potentially.
Yep.
Yes, we do.
We have Tech again.
Hello.
I really wish we could get your interview between the DayDream game, but we didn't because we knew the game was going to happen quickly. But any kind of thoughts about the match today?
I mean, the PXP one was close. They played it better. DayDream match went about how you'd expect. Majesty showed up really well today. I think that they have good chances with Storm on the team, so excited to see what they can do.
Yeah, there was a lot of different compositions that guys ran, especially at the end there. You guys completely switched up, went to a composition that we hadn't seen from you there on that last. What have you guys kind of been having that as a back pocket pick in scrims, or is that just something you kind of came up with on the spot?
I'm not gonna lie, we've had so many issues with just having people here that we just decided to try and play to a comp that suited our individual hero pools, and I mean, it worked in some situations. I don't know.
All right. Well, I don't know. I don't think you. Do you have anything else to add, Drayton? Or
Well, who are you guys going to be rooting for going forward in this tournament? It's unfortunately the end of the tournament for you guys, but who are you wanting it to win it all?
Honestly, I don't care at this point. Like, I wish the rest of the teams the best of luck, and but for this season for me, like, this is kind of the bookend for it. I don't want to yap too long, but I would just like to thank everyone on the team. So I want to make sure I name everyone here. Just give me a second. Airtrek, Andrew, Hinson, Infinity, Remex, Jeff, UCO, and Blame. I really appreciate you guys being a part of this team, even if I wasn't able to create something that was competitive all the time. As for me, this will probably be my this is my last season as a captain. I've had 3 attempts at it, and I've produced results such as MTD, and then now with Mind.Hive, I won't lie, Andrew was really a crutch for me for figuring out what to do with this team, and I really appreciate everything that he did for us. But I just think I've come to the realization that I'm and this isn't just me, like spur of the moment. Like, I've thought about this for the last few months, but I haven't had the results. I haven't had the, I don't know. You won't be seeing me as a captain again, so I appreciate. Sorry, my voice is so shaky. I appreciate everyone who's been a part of my team. You guys mean a lot to me, and even if I wasn't able to get the rest, I really appreciate you guys being. I'm sorry, this is really stupid.
No.
I really appreciate you guys being there for me. I'll let Infinity talk. I'm gonna mute for now.
Yeah, I mean, I pretty much have the same, passion as Tech. He was a really good captain. We had a pretty good team. We definitely could have done a lot of things better. We didn't scrim enough, I would definitely say. We didn't have enough people showing up when we needed them. But the team was really dope. Met a lot of people. Had a lot of fun.
Yeah. All right.
I think I can speak on behalf of everybody, that BPL in either season would not have been the same, and sub-20s, whatever, would not have been the same without Tekugen. Regardless of your results, regardless of your teams, just you and the creativity you bring, the energies you bring, we would be a different place without you. So I know that everyone, you can see it in all the chats, hearts are being spammed everywhere, that I hope you don't think, just take care of yourself. It's been a long season. Don't worry about the results. Know that you're loved by everyone here. We're so proud to have you as part of our community.
And I'm here as always, Teku, as you know, the #1 Teku sim since the dawn, since the dawn of time, the Mind.Hive sim, and then we switched over to MTD, and then switched over to Mind.Hive. Just like, even if you're not don't want to be a captain anymore, that's fine. Like, we would still love you. to be a part of the community, still play games with us. Make your funny montages. That's what we want to see, and just keep being you. That's what we love to see.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you so much to Mind.Hive through both BPL Season 2, Sub 23. Would have been a different league for everybody. So thank you so much. I believe that is it for today. I want to say a huge thank you to everyone on both streams. This has been a double stream, so hello B-Stream. I hope you're doing well. In about 30 seconds, because I don't know what's wrong with Vic, but apparently it's really late, so hi in a few minutes. I want to say a huge thank you to everybody who's been helping out today. This has been very smushed together, and as all of you know, and I keep saying that obviously this is a shorter time scale than we were prepared for, so things have been done fairly last minute, but I hope you've at least been able to enjoy the matches. We said goodbye to 4 teams today. We'll say goodbye to another 4 tomorrow, and we'll have our 12 for next weekend. A big thank you to our casters today. We had, of course, Drain and Salsa on the stream, but we also had I'm never going to try and remember everybody because I know I'm going to just forget. So we had a bunch, loads on the A stream. We had a bunch on the B stream.
I have an easy first moment. We had every caster who signed up to cast, got to cast this weekend. We'll see some of them tomorrow, but
we'll see some tomorrow. Everyone available. We're going to have so many casters. You'll see even more tomorrow. I'm so happy we get to give everyone the opportunity. Thanks to all of our staff behind the scenes, especially our observers. We had some last-minute observing training to get some people in, and of course our regulars as well. Vic has been on this B stream working so hard. It is I've been fighting against he's been fighting against his PC, against his OBS. It's not easy, bro.
Just work.
Yeah, this is like we can shit on Mixo for his PC blowing up, but like you can see both the B streams have had problems. Like it's a miracle that we even get one stream running. So thank you to everybody, especially to Vic. All of our lobby admins who've been running around different different lobbies. We've had 10 matches today. We'll have another 10 tomorrow. So I'm very excited for tomorrow. I'm just going to show up on my screen. I'll go for it.
And just as always, thank you to our community. That's why we're here. You know, we keep thanking individual people, but you're all part of our community, and that's the community we want to create. And we get moments like this today where we pour out our hearts for us, and it's just lovely to see in the last few minutes. You know, everyone in chat just being wholesome, and just keep being like that. You know, enough with the you know, sometimes it's funny to be shit talking and shit, but like, you know, sometimes you have to be wholesome. So that's what we're here. So thank you to all of
you. Can see how much emotion and energy that everybody here puts into their games and their teams. Like you heard firsthand how much energy Teku puts into his teams, and you already know that, like, you know, Teku, you know how much he puts in. So it just shows, it's just an amazing example of the people that we have in the community that are wanting to put this much in. I'm just going to quickly talk about tomorrow because everyone's pretty tired. It's late. People are ready to go to tomorrow. Tomorrow we have Group B and Group D. Group D will be on the main stream, and Group B will be on the B stream. They're starting at the same time, even though we pretty much ended at the same time because we had a full map series on the A stream. You guys had some quick games. You had all 2-0s until the finals. We had some really long games. The Sharks Seniors map 4, quite interesting. So tomorrow we have Drip Diff, Fortnite, Pancake, Molding Inc, and Sovereign. That's in Group D. And then in Group B we have Night Drive, Surge Academy, Hog and Ball Dynasty, and Waffle. Sunday's going to be a little bit more interesting. It's got some teams that are not exactly prepared for a Sunday, let's say. But we'll be back tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern for both streams. Make sure you're in the Discord. Make sure you're following the channel. We're actually, what are we at? We're at 970 followers on the main stream. So if you haven't followed, let's get to 1K, shall we?
Sure.
We're almost there. So those are the 2 final groups. And tomorrow we will be down to our 12 final teams which will go into this full bracket. Look at that. So the way that the seeding will work is that the top groups at the moment are Sharks and Majesty, and then we will also crown 2 more number ones. Those are the ones who are 2-0 in their groups. You can see the tops here. That's Majesty and Sharks who went 2-0. They will then be seeded. They'll be ordered by their seeding, and then they will be put against other teams that are there, right there, the top 4. You'll see more tomorrow because once we have our top 4, you'll understand how it works. So, we're very close to being able to fill out a bracket, and that'll happen next weekend. And also, this stream slightly powered by ExpressVPN. If you would like to support BPL, and you would also like to get something back for it, and you need a VPN either now or in the future, expressvpn.com/BPL. Thanks for the raid, Invictus.